Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge in space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others, that they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates megrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications. In agriculture, plasma science has solutions for seed decontamination, improvement of plant growth, plant health, and increased crop yields at a minimum cost to producers and without need for external inputs. Various GANs are increasingly used to transform agriculture practices across the world. Seeds are soaked in carbon dioxide GANs liquid plasma to decontaminate any that may be diseased, infected, or adulterated, while irrigation of crops with carbon dioxide liquid plasma eliminates the need for fertilizers and pesticides. For plant diseases, conditions are created in the plant environment under which those diseases cannot exist. For crop pests, application of GANs liquid plasma creates conditions under which the pests do not damage crops as they absorb the energy of the applied GANs liquid plasma. Notable plasma science benefits to agriculture are increased farm productivity, enhanced food and fiber production, better soil fertility management, better plant and livestock health management, sustainable food production, and increased plant and human health. Conventional science teaches us that what we can't measure does not exist. This led to a separation between science and spirituality. Plasma science combines both of these worlds. The entire universe is made up of magnetical giving and gravitational taking fields. We absorb only those fields we can use, and we emit fields we do not need. After a while, the fields are balanced, creating balanced matters. Imagine there is a technology which can balance your body, emotions, and soul. And because everything is made up of fields, including our emotions, this simple technology easily processes the roots of your disease. Keshe Foundation developed simple methods, ready-to-use materials, and efficient medical health units that work on different field levels to process many existing health conditions and help restore the natural balance in your body. More and more studies are showing that emotion is at the heart of many illnesses. After the use of the plasma coil units, changes in emotional patterns are noticed, and then following this, changes in the physical body occur. We don't cure diseases, but process them by bringing the body to a balanced state in such that the disease cannot exist. This means you can achieve complete emotional and physical balance in a relatively short time. People all over the world use GANs and GANs water, plasma water, within different devices and processing methods. The Keshe Foundation offers a full spectrum of information pertaining to GANs and its uses, from solid plasma to liquid plasma to field plasma. Which of the available information, processes, or devices resonates with you? At the same time we open the door to the power of our soul, Keshe technology elevates the soul of the man in order to bring balance to our body, bring balance to our flow of emotions, bring peace to the world, and readiness to open up to the universal community.
Welcome everyone to the 165th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 30th, 2017. And I think we can hear Mr. Keshe getting ready in the background there, and I'm sure he has the latest information on the Rome event that's going on, as well as I understand the new Keshe Foundation Wikipedia is now been released and is being worked on in a continuous basis from now on, so that'll be interesting as well. Hello Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go there? Let's switch over to you.
Good morning, good day to you as usual, whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. As we have said before, we are here to share knowledge, and in sharing knowledge, we understand more how little we know about the whole world of creation. The more we learn, the more we realize we know nothing. And in so many ways, in the teachings of past 2 days, 3 days here, including the Universal Council meeting and the meeting of yesterday, the first day of the teaching, sitting in the background, I realized how beautifully the knowledge has been transferred. When I listened to the session with Dr. Rodriguez, I said to myself one thing: I've done my job right. Scientists have started deciphering the message. And when what we saw with Dr. Rodriguez and then the other participants, we realized is not anymore if and where. Now it is a matter of how fast we can transfer the knowledge. Last night till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, the members of the Universal Council downstairs made a decision. And the decision is that they give their support in the tape, which was made of the yesterday's whole session, the agriculture teaching, Dr. Rodriguez, and veterinary, will go live on public. It'll take us next 48 hours or so to download, cut it the way it should be, and the public can see what you saw, that how the knowledge of a man devoted to save humanity has changed, in one example, the life of a woman with a young child. What will be released, what you've seen here, to you could have been just a few minutes of your hours of your life. But as a whole for humanity is a change of course. Because what you will see, it'll be released, is you see a breast cancer, which a lot of people never see. And then you see nothing but just water and some fields giving life back. Our life has started with some fields and some water. Now we have learned how to tap into it to change the course of diseases it's caused us when it comes in interaction with other things. What we will see, as we saw here in the conference by public, please make it vibrant. Put it across the world. Put the video out, take a snapshot of it, and put it down and make it across. What it shows is a cancer condition that is beyond repair up to today. But as members of the council decided last night, we put it out that the others know there is a solution. It doesn't cost $150,000 to $200,000 to go and get a chemotherapy. It doesn't give you certification for 5 to 10 years extension of life. The present chemotherapy, according to Canadian research, if you receive chemotherapy after the age of 55, you're guaranteed 5 to 7 years life at 90% of the cases. So you're given a life sentence. This is a long-term research done by the Canadian scientists, which it says most of the people which receive or who receive the chemotherapy after the age of 55, 60, live between 5 to 7 years, and that's it. But pharmaceuticals don't tell you that. We give you a death sentence. Your imprisonment is 7 years, 5 years. And what they don't tell you is you don't die of cancer, you die of the simplest infections because your immune system is not working anymore. Simple flu, simple cold can bring you death. But because they distance it, they don't follow it up to show it's there, you see a rapid peak, according to Canadian research, in death rate. It's a very good thing for the insurance policies. You've got a cancer, we know we're going to pay you 7 years. With this technology, I've been told I'm making too much noise. Check it. Just wait 1 second. It's too much background. There's my collar. Yeah, okay, we do it this way. So what we see is with this technology, there is no after effect because the body accepts it. And as Dr. Rodriguez mentions in this video many times, when you see it, it's the emotion of the man who once has the desire to live that allows the change. So you only receive what you desire, you only change according to your emotion. And we've seen in the tape, Dr. Rodriguez explains it very beautifully, that is, with the present technology, with the present chemotherapy and any other kind of cancer, you sort the cancer out, but you don't sort out the root of the cancer, which majority is the emotion of the man itself. Where at the present, we take a tumor out, we bombard it with radiation, we do all sorts of chemical injection to it, but we don't look what created this cancer. What was the cause of it? And as was said, 95% of the cancers are emotionally related. He's a very good student. I have to tell you, what we call the mascot is with us today, very politely sitting down. They don't tell you, they don't sort out. They only try to do something with the aftermath of an accident. They don't sort out the accident, which can repeat itself. It's very much like you hit a car in the front, you go and change the damages of the outside the body, but you don't go and repair the brakes which caused the accident. You had no brake, that's why you hit the car in the front. It's no good to keep on changing the bonnet and everything else when you haven't repaired the brake, because it's the brake that next time will do the same job. With the present science of chemotherapy, with the science of cancer, this is what they do. They keep on repairing the aftermath, but they don't go to the source. With this technology, because we go to the source, which is the emotion, you allow the man to change his position. In so many ways, over years of working in this field, I've seen it many times. The people create their own cancer by misunderstanding their own emotion in respect to the people who had the emotion about. This is the biggest problem. So when you use the plasma technology, and especially use the zinc and the CO2, you elevate the soul of the man, you elevate the emotion, so it gets stronger. Then it can see clearly, in a way, if you look at it from the human point of view. And then he finds out a lot of things which was to him the cause of the cancer never existed. Dr. Rodriguez put it out as we teach normally. The left breast is for the mother and child, the right breast is for the lover. You find an unfaithful father's husband, right cancer we see. It's very amazing. When I look at people, I know where to look for the commotion. Even when you look at the structure of the cancer in the breast, by the location of the tumor, you can see which lover, which part of the life. I'll teach you later on. When you look at the breast cancer on the left, in the position of the tumor, you know if it's the mother or the child. If you become so educated the way we're becoming, we can tell you if it's a second child, third child, if it's a boy or a girl, the way the tumor positions itself. So when most of the time you sort these things out and you allow them through the process of the drinking and positioning in the MAGRAF systems, they realize everything they were thinking about was false. And then now they have to repair the false images they made for themselves. My mother beat me up, she was so rough, but it doesn't tell you I used to kick everything out. The dog I was kicking and everything else, so mom had to stop me and punish me. But I always looked at, I got punished, but I never looked at, I kicked the dog first. With this technology, you find out it was me who kicked the dog. And then you find out cancer changes. Because you elevate the emotion to the level of the soul to understand, and that's it, you don't need medication. A lot of you have heard people say, oh, I took such a water, I did such a thing, and the cancer disappeared. Doctors, in some cases, we got doctors here, they tell you, somebody's got the cancer and after a few weeks or whatever, there is no cancer. Because, I'll tell you why. When you're told you have a cancer, and to all of us as a human race, Cancer means death sentence. What do people do? People who are honest with themselves, they go and analyze their life. What went wrong? What have I done good? What have I done bad? What's going to happen to the future of my children? Whatever. And then in that analyzing, they do what we do with the CO2. They touch the point where was the cause of the cancer, misunderstanding, misjudgment. Because when you're on your own, you judge rapidly. I'm always right. Everything else I've been done wrong too. But when you get to the point of judgment, you know you're sitting on the chair, you've got a few months, few years left because of what you're told. You don't look at it that way. You analyze it this way. And the people who are honest and go to the source of understanding, they do exactly what we do. They take the cause of cancer, which is the emotional based, out of it. The body does not create that strength which led to the cancer. Now we understand more and more of the science of cancer. So with what we call the plasma technology, with what you see, is not that the tumor disappears. It is the mother who understands that some of the assumptions she made or was the cause of the cancer was never there. Or she accepted that I have to forgive and forget. And then the cancer goes. But it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. A lot of you looked at the image. We are not showing it because the last time we put it on, places like Facebook and others saw it as a scientific. They put a warning on, over 18. So it'll be placed on the secure server somewhere else so you can see it. A lot of you looked at this cancer picture, the evolution of the cancer from a huge tumor and then reducing and then reducing and then pieces disappearing. And you looked at it as a scientific medical presentation. I didn't look at it that way. I've seen this video so many times that when I show it in Accra with Benjamin next to me, he goes sick. He says, no, Mr. Kesh, don't show it again. But you've seen something very strange which none of you understood. Go back to the space technology which we've been teaching in past 3-4 months. What I say, when you arrive at a point of destination, according to the environment and how you feel you have to survive, you change your physicality. We change the emotion, and you saw how a breast changes physicality. I look at it as a space science. I look at it as a way how man fast. In 3 months you've seen, most of you saw the video, the breast is about hanging about here. And in elevating the soul and the emotion, you've seen the whole body changes and the tumor goes and the breast goes to a very little tiny thing. 3 months, less than 3 months. Now you have learned how to change yourself in the space of universe. When I told you when you come to environment according to the emotion, you change to fit the emotion to the physicality according to the soul. That's the most prime example of it. Then when I tell you, you're all manifest space, you don't need to go 7 years in the water tank to see how to change a screw. You change your body within seconds. We've seen it. This is what the space technology is about. This is the truth about what about to come to mankind. It's the emotion which has changed something like a 3-kilogram breast, huge in size, to more or less it's just a breast of a man's size if you look at it. It didn't take thousands of years. When you handle the emotion, you have handled the space technology. Now you understand, all of you have the capability to be in the space and don't have the fear, if I'm left in the space, what I'm going to do. You saw in the confirmation of the medical application, the confirmation of what is to come in a space technology and what we've been teaching for a long time. There are those who understood this. Whenever I see this, I go back into a very beautiful Chinese teaching. In the Chinese culture, there is a saying. They say, the pain makes you think, thinking makes you wise, and wisdom makes you rich. It's the same in a space technology. The need to survive makes you to touch your emotion. In touching the emotion, it gives you how you got to survive. And with it, you become wise how to exist in that environment. In so many ways, in what is to be released, and it will become one of the flagship pictures and videos of the Keshe Foundation for humanity, is how we can extend, retract, create, and then dismantle it ourselves. In that process, if you listen to the video, Dr. Rodriguez, His Excellency, says something very, very simple. He says, the body is rejecting calcium. So now you know how even to make material. Where did the calcium come from that the body is rejecting? So you learn how to produce materials. It's that simple. You learn how to convert matter into energy and back into matter when you don't need it. And you might say, this is very strange. Goes back to the same teaching from the beginning. Remember, I told you you're all Chinese and you've all been making GANs in a wog. You never knew you're all nano makers. And when you put a salt in it, all you became GANs makers. The Chinese been eating and making nanomaterial and GANs for centuries. And then we thought, yes, Keshe Foundation has brought something new. No, we just showed you. If it's strange for you the way you saw the breast creating itself and then demolishing itself and then going back to normal, if you look inside yourself, all of you have been converters, but you never knew. And if I explain to you in a simple way in 2 seconds, please don't walk out, because you still need to learn more. We said you can transfer energy back into matter. We said in the conference here, we saw how Peter showed he can make materials. But look at something very strange. You talk about it, but you don't understand it. Doctors tell us, because they never understood what to tell us, we accept the whole caboodle of what they never understood. You all have been converters of matter to energy, and when you don't change it to the level you wanted, or you change what you needed and then you don't want the residual, you convert it back to matter again. You do it while you're sitting here. You've done it. This is how you survive. You eat a solid, goes in your stomach, becomes nanomaterial through the acid, the way you do it, through the salt of the body inside the stomach. You convert it into a GANs. It goes your intestine, goes into your body. Whatever it is not needed comes back in, and then it comes back in the big intestine, converts energy back to matter, and you pass it out. What's strange about you talking about what you've been created out of? So if you understand the process, now we have to understand the mechanism. You talk about it. You drink water from your mouth, and then you go to the toilet. As we say in the English language, you urinate. How did it go from here with all these walls and come out as a water again as a matter state? You take it in as a solid, the stomach converts it to energy, goes wherever it does, whatever it does, and then it converts back from energy into matter state as a liquid. You get rid of it. So the knowledge is there. It's for us to understand which part, what it does. In the teaching, as I explained, It's very simple. In past couple of days, I explained it in a very simple way, and to repeat it is very easy. What you do, what we have ignored and what we don't understand is that our body is one system body. Our body knows, as Dr. Rodriguez explained yesterday, 95% of 4 gases, which makes our amino acid. So to get rid of the gases, it has to have a mechanism for the gas engine. It's like a car. The exhaust has to go out what comes in, because without air, you can't run the engine. So the 95%, which is to do with the gaseous part, is the lung of the man. Then you have the physicality of the man, which is the other 5%, which is the rest of the body, in a way, in a solid state. So is there a problem? Every part of your system works for that specific part or elements of what you use from this planet. The gaseous part deals with the upper body, filtering, cleaning, and taking what it needs. The kidneys are for the liquid part, because we came out of the sea, it has to be done. And the solid part is your digestion system. Then you understand you're just a recycling machine. Then in that process, in case we don't have something left, that in case we might not receive part of the minerals for a few weeks or a few months, the body has made a storage system. We store everything in case we need it. You call it the liver. So now you have a factory with a warehouse. Now you had the cleaning system. Now the only thing is left is how you control all these, that nobody puts too much out and everything is controlled. And at the same time, you have a bunch of painters and decorators and repair people. We call it tissue recycling. Cells of the skin has to be changed. Cells of bone is there. It's literally a factory with a huge number of workers. And all this needs a computer program, that everything is done right time. It's no use me cleaning the room when there is nobody in it, or is not used, or putting food on the table when there is nobody to eat it, or cleaning the table while you're sitting trying to eat. Everything needs to be programmed. And body has made that program a computer center called the brain. So that's all we are. We are programmed and controlled. And as I said many times, despite the present fallacy in science that you only use 5 or 10% of your brain, oh God, the guy haven't got even clue what he's wrote about or what he's talked about. Every single cell of your brain is 24 hours a day from the time of the inception till you die, even after your death, still working. How do you think every cell changes 28 days on its own? How do you know which cell has to change? Which layer has to change? How do you know which cell of the heart has to change at when? As I said in many of the teaching, doesn't matter how old you are across this room. You start from a dog, which is only 3 years old, to those of us who are in 70s and 80s. The oldest part of our body, maximum, is 9 years old. It's our emotion which takes the time limitation, not our physicality. Our emotion says, I'm 50 years old, I'm 60 years old, because I remember what happened to me. But the cell which carried that information, you call it memories, when it happened when you were a child, it's already dead 40 years ago. Every cell of your body replenishes, recycles. So now you come to understand memories, or what we call emotion of the memories, is nothing but fields with no tangibility. It's a music on a CD-ROM where the CD-ROM continuously changes because it plays so much, it gets a scratch, so it has to change. So the cell, when you fell in love 40 years ago, does not even exist. Now go and find the cell, say, why did I fall in love that time? It's just a memory, it's a memory bank, which is left as a noise, as a field. So if you understand this, the strangest thing is, if your brain cell dies, let's say after a year, why do you give yourself a cancer 30 years later for what happened in physicality 30 years before? And the cells which created it don't even exist. Then you understand the emotion of the man is the controller of the physicality. It's the recording. It's very much like you put a CD-ROM in the machine and then you play music which you married to 40 years ago and brings all the memories. But in fact, the wife is long gone. The hotel you got married in burned down and there is no signs of it. But you carry the emotion of the feeling of that time. So if you understand this, we understand a major part of the physicality of the body of the man is emotion of the man in respect to his physicality at the time when the event happens, but it discards, because if he's going to carry the wife and a building with it, soon you become a planet yourself. So we just add up information and we keep. And then when you find out, something strange happens. When you put the emotion with what emotion has created with physicality, it needs and creates a much stronger, what you call the soul of the man. And then the soul takes control, which means you go from soul for the emotion to have the physicality. If you look in the inception of one egg and one sperm, there is no bones, there is nothing else there. But there is the emotion of love. It doesn't matter how it's conceived, an emotion of interaction of the two. In that point, then as more cells and cells gather, they create their own fields to have the control. And in controlling between the physicality and emotion, you create a stronger fields which are released. You call it the soul of the man. So for the first time, you understand the soul of the man is the center of the man, in the center of his brain, because that's where the control system is. Everything put together. Then you find out the physicality of the man is irrelevant. We saw the breast changing. If you have the desire to be a white man, if you're black, and you know which part strength to produce, you'll be white in a second. Is it strange to you? Look at the chameleons. How do they do it? It's not they produced, they create emotion. Why do you need to change? Danger creates a strength fields, which means protection. All I need to do, I don't need to hide and shrink. I just change my color. So it shows as human beings, we haven't even learned that much about life. Not even as much as a lizard. So you have to understand, we need a lot to learn. But with the process we started, now with the science and scientists will come up with the strength of different things, soon we'll understand the strength of the emotion for change of a color, the change of emotion for creating a huge breast and retracting it, but we'll become very good at it. Instead of waiting 3 months, we'll do it 3 seconds. And then you'll find out you change your arm, your legs in space. Because there is one point. They say you do not know how you react till you are faced with the position and the condition. Man having the knowledge, knowing that he has to change according to the environment, the first time you shake and shiver, Can I do it? Can I go through the mutation? Or can I go through adaptation of the environment? And when you do it the first time, it's easy. It's just like when you jump in the water, you swim. If you don't sink and you can float, then you start fishing around. So man has a lot of fishing to do in the cosmos. And then you'll find out some of us will learn very fast which way to go, and some of us will be slow. Then we have the coaches and training, and very much like as I said before, you go to corner shop, what is the emotion to go to Mars, and you go to the other shop, they teach you, train you a few days, how, like you learn the language, what is the emotion in the planet Zeus. Then you go there, you don't wait till actually getting there, you know how to create it. I said in one of the teachings, you become the actresses. You've seen the actresses, you stand there in front of us, cry, and the tears just runs. So you change the emotion to physicality of the liquid. Now you change understanding of how to change your physicality to survive the environment. You will not be able to do it here so fast because first of all, we are conditioned to environment. Secondly, we have accepted the comfort zone, which is the atmosphere of this planet. So in the process of the technology, in now that we create different conditions, we start learning very quickly. You stand outside, says, look, he's in there, he's changed 2 fingers with 4. How does he do that? Because he's in a fish tank. We create the environment for him and we watch. So in a coming time, in working effectively, in understanding the real work of our own physical body, you all have become man of space. Tomorrow, 2 of our scientists, John and Armin, will show you the machinery that brings for the first time, when you are in the environment of it, inside it, you have to change. You have no alternative. These are the spaceships which is getting built and developed and dictates people conditions that is not anymore swimming pool, is the field pools, is the plasma which is created, and then you can adjust each reactor in a way to give you the condition of destination that you have time to adapt before you go. It's very much like flying. If you are frightened of flight, you don't get in. But the beauty with this technology is, goes back to what we saw with the lady with the cancer. She understood we are not in her brain, in the evolution of the emotion, that where she made a mistake, that she wanted to allow it to be sorted, that it changed the physicality, but we saw the change. Those who will enter these spaceships soon understand if they can go or they can't, because the true color of their emotion to the soul is very much transparent to the system. They cannot convert. When you cannot convert because you know you're there in the wrong reason, the wrong way, it's very easy. You will not be able to go. It's the emotion and the soul of the man which dictates the condition of the traveler space, not the desire of the man, I want to go and see planet Zeus. You have to understand the ethos. You have to understand what comes with it. You have to become in a position of knowing you don't take and you don't damage, but you are there to give, and there's no fear of giving, because the more you give, the more you receive. There are no judges and there are no courts. It's you, your emotion, which dictates the decision. I wonder when we make a tunnel, how many will walk through it freely. You have to become detached. You have to understand the process of detachment from the physicality, because when you are physically attached, then you have to feed it, then you have to clothe it, then you have to lie about it, then you have to cheat, then you have to kill to have the energy you want. And this is part of the process of the evolution of the man. Baha'u'llah, blessed his name, is writing. It's the last sentences in the Kitab Abbas. The maturity of the man will come when man understand the mutation of elements. Is not that you manage to change gold to silver. It means you can understand the change of your emotion to your soul, that the physicality can manifest itself. When you look at it in a word language, as a matter, you think of gold and silver, and you can change one thing to another. But in reality, the writing of Baha'u'llah's name is the evolution of the essence of the soul of the man, with his emotion. Don't forget, many times we say you have the soul, you have the emotion of the gold. When you hold your hand, it'll be gold. So the mutation doesn't come from the change of element, it comes from understanding the operation of the soul of the man. And this is important. In so many ways, when you look at the life of Christ, bless his name, it's the same. They put him on the cross. They've chained down the physicality, but he walked out of the soul and created another physicality because he understood the full mutation. It's very hard for a lot of people to understand, but if you look at it, it's the same process as you eat food, converts into energy, becomes the calcium cell of your body as a bone, and then when times comes, the calcium the body takes back, and it goes back and it gets rejected as a matter again. It transmutes 3 times. The matter to energy, become part of your body, and then again as a physical part of your body, then it has to transmute back into the system to go back again to become solid, to be rejected by the body. This is the beauty of life if the man understands the work of the universe. But in so many ways, as we never looked at the reality, fallacy has taken over, and so we added more and more to it. But the video we saw yesterday from Dr. Rodriguez explains the whole cycle of life in the universe. Those who are looking for cure for cancer, it means they haven't seen the reality of the work of the creation. As they say, it's an old saying, it says, what you see in the pot, I see in the clay, and I see in the sand. You don't know what you're going to make, because it's the first time you play with the sand, that if you become a pot, but I know which sand you need to have a pot. It's no use putting water with granules and hoping to make a pot where you know which dust you have to take, that you can moisture it the right way, that it sticks and becomes a pot. In so many ways, it's us who has to understand the process of the creation, not the way it ends up with physicality, but man has to understand that physicality is the point of manifestation of the conformation of the existence of the soul. So you can manifest yourself anywhere in the universe. It just depends if you want to be seen as a 10-legged man on this planet, but you'll be the odd one, they'll put you in the zoo, it's a new animal, or you decide to be the shape of a man that you can work within the comforts and live in the comfort of the life of the planet. That's all it is. There is no change. There is no time to waste to go back and not understand the whole process and then blame everybody else for it. The police of the universe is the emotion of the man. And knowing that it always has to balance with the soul. And if you understand this, you police yourself and nothing can go wrong. And as you understand, in the coming time, when man goes to space, space will teach man one thing. Stay correct, you live the life of the universe. You take what is not there for you to take, you'll find out the life will be very short. Because you put a spanner in the work and somewhere it cracks. Try when you become the man of space, one thing. Don't think I am going to be correct. Believe I am correct, and you live a correct life. The problem is, as I said many times, we have a very bad habit, and I always refer to it, the most beautiful picture with a little young girl, black, sitting with the most beautiful blonde blue eye on the branch of a tree. She says, "Can I lick you? Do you taste like chocolate?" Why do we need to lick, to taste, where we can see the soul? That tasting is the biggest problem for mankind, because what would the animal from planet Zeus will taste like? And that will start the whole rhythm of killing to be able to taste. What about if you ask, can I have the fields of the emotion to know how it interacts with me, that I can manifest myself, my emotion, in respect to what you give me? Then you find out you don't need to conceal. This is the biggest problem, and how mankind will pass this point will be the biggest test for man. Would you like to eat something else? Or do we rely on the emotion of it, what it gives us? Pleasure, seeing? Do we need the sight? Or do we feel the soul according to the emotion of the entity, that I want you to see me as 16 arms and 20 things because I'm very strange to you, and by you looking at me, you can take a lot of pleasure seeing something funny. So I make that till you're happy. But at the same time, to another one, I'll be human because that way he feels safe that I'm not endangering his life. Then he doesn't need to kill me. The process of the conversion of the emotion from the fields received from the soul is the biggest dilemma for the mankind. And many shall fail. And those who fail to understand it will stay the citizens of this planet. There is no examination. It's the man who tests himself according to the strength of his soul and the conversion of the emotion to physicality of the position. You come to understand, doesn't matter how deep you try to say, I'm good, as again Baha'u'llah said, blessed name, we test the gold with fire and we test man with gold. The fire is understanding the condition of the environment, and the gold is knowing if you stay still gold or you evaporate. This is the reality. This is understanding how fast you can convert. Look at the tape. Go back on what is going to go on the internet in the next 2 or 3 days when the webmasters cut it, and then it'll be loaded by our people on the internet. And try to add this part of the teaching to it afterwards, as a voice, as a recording. That not only we show that through the new technology we have found a solution for what is the fear of the man, which causes his own death, but understanding the truth about the conversion in the space technology. So as we say in English, with one bullet we kill 2 birds. We teach the conversion of the man, the fear of himself, and the second way we teach the space technology which is to come. I tell you one thing, NASA will shut half of NASA swimming pools. Because now they understand all they need to do is just put some fields around it and make some reactors, and they'll be done. You got to realize in the process of conversion in life to physicality, the strength of the emotion is a filter. So you have to start making filters and the strength of filters. You have to start in so many ways to change one thing. How to create what filters, where, how, and when. You have to start understanding what I call the filter making. As I said many times, we had a Spanish couple in Valletta. They used to sit in the second, third row, and many times when I said we start teaching about motion of the material, I could see him, he was going like this. He was pressurizing himself that he creates enough field forces that the cup moves, but it wouldn't move. I explained to him a couple of times, he never understood. I said, you have to explain like a magnet. My emotion, that the cup has an emotion, the cup has a soul. I would like you to move, that you give me pleasure of seeing moving. The cup will move. The only thing is, the man never understood that even the glass has a soul. It's made of elements of the plasma that he's made of. All he needs to do is ask for the pleasure. But if the cup decides, if I move, I fall off this chair and I'll break myself, he says, no, not this time. Many people you see moving objects, by looking at it, they have found that secret. The rest is a cover-up. It's very much like when we had the Indian guru came to the Sansano, and they were so proud of him. They hired a huge van. He came, they bent in front of him, and his value was that he could fast so many times, 21 days. And every time he fasted for 21 days, not eating anything, he became more holy. He sat in front of me. I said, I know your trick. He said, what do you mean? I said, you're trying to become more powerful amongst your people because you can fast for 21 days. I can tell you how you do it. And I explained to him. He said, you found my secret. I said, you had no secret. You're a cheater. Because if you learn how to live without the food for 21 days, why are there so many people hungry in India? You should teach it. He understood. He said, our path does not cross. I said, because you're attached to material world to get respect. I don't. I just told you what to do. And I explained to him how he eats. Very simple. If you look at the people who go and on diets, don't eat, don't do that, you don't need to do that kind of thing. Change your breathing system. Because phosphorus, calcium, anything else you need in your physical digestion system is in the air. You breathe it, but because your lung condition in the position of the body has just been adjusted, that you take energy from what you need for your emotional part. When you sit, you see these people, watch them when they go for 20 days, 50 days fasting. Every now and then, they move slightly. They change the breathing system, the rate of it. And by moving, they create, now that you understand how you adjust your magrab system to different strength, they adjust their lungs to absorb calcium, potassium. They can even eat a whole banana without actually touching a banana. Try it. So, if you understood that, you'll find out you don't need to eat an animal. In a space, you adjust what fuels you need to survive, and it's done. Why do you need to end the life? And if you like, we publish his name, go and become one of his followers, that he got another 21 days on his book. But I teach you, you can sit in front of him and you go for 42 days, you become double holy. That's how simple it is. All you need to do, now that we understand the space technology, we understand the work of the plasma, we've seen how Peter produces matter state out of the fresh air. You do the same thing. Adjust the fields in your lung, and don't forget, there is one thing. In the space where you breathe, you continuously absorb everything which is in it. It's a sucking machine, it's a vacuum cleaner. So dust of calcium, dust of gold, which has come from upper atmosphere, which is continuously added to the surface of this planet, comes in it. But it depends how you change your breathing. And if you understand this breathing is for water, you absorb enough water that you don't need to drink. The fallacy that the water in your lung comes from inside the body is totally wrong. We have shown in teaching, the moisture in your lung comes from the interaction of the air inside it, which you breathe in. You change the oxygen and hydrogen in a way that continuously creates moisture. But if you can, now you understand, change the speed, you drink 2 or 3 liters of water, as the energy gets absorbed into the body, you don't need to drink water. Then do the same thing with calcium and anything else. You can put your mind, because it's there in the emotional part of the body, I need all the vitamins for today's motion, and you'll absorb it, because it's part of the desire to receive. Jackie tried once for a few days, but the physicality of the planet took over the emotion of the man. If we stop, we'll see that we don't need to consume. And very strange, do we need to clothe ourselves? I wonder if there are any Armani in the depth of the universe. I will go to planet Zeus to buy an Armani suit. I wonder if ever Armani understands how the suit will look in the depth of the planet Zeus. You have to come up with a new material that it fits the environment. There's no use wearing a dinner jacket suit and going swimming. And there's no use going with a bikini in the North Pole to live. Unless you know it's just something on the top, because you can control the temperature inside. So what we come to, what we understand from the teaching of this conference, maybe is one of the most fundamental part of these conferences, is the video which is going to be released. Not only showing the emotion of the man in conversion, but showing how man can convert himself in any dimension in the space. This is your biggest fear. One of the reasons you stay man of this planet is because you don't know what's on the other side of the hill. And the other side of the hill is called Earth atmosphere. Not many people would dare to go, as I said before, to some space scientists. If you let the man go in space, if his rope cuts, he'll freeze and he dies. No way. You know, they say the guy said so many decades ago, this will happen, is such a thing. How did he know? I tell you something. Let man get lost in a space and see how he will change and come back and surviving. The fear of survival in a condition of the environment he's moving will change him, he'll survive. But when he comes back, you won't get the same man. You might get the physicality, because now the survival, the emotion of surviving has made a man stronger in knowing that he can do. It's very much like a divers. They know they can go, they go deeper, and they test deeper. We got to learn that our fear of existence here and the way we have attached ourselves to physicality would allow us only live in this planet. Beyond it is impossibility, because we have made this cage, we have made this prison, and we have accepted this prison. And those who could understand the fear of leaving this prison makes us to give anything for it. They have made the churches, the mosques and synagogues and the rest of it. if man knew how to conduct itself, it does not need no Bibles, no Quran, no nothing, because it carries as part of the ethos of his own soul. And this is the biggest problem. Man will be tested in a space where he carries no books of his own imagination, but he carries the ethos of a space not to imagine, to do anything wrong, but to live the correct life. You'll find out in a coming time, very soon, as I said before, we're getting closer and closer, that if you wanted to see the soul of Christ, you will see it. Then it's for you to change it to its physicality which fits you. And then I wonder if you stay a Christian, because you'll find out the state of the soul of you has become the state of soul of Christ. As is written in the holy books, the state and the station of the man at this age has reached the level of the prophets of the past. It's the writing above. It's not that you become, but you come to understand the position. Then you understand you're all prophets, because you do exactly what is written in all what you call the holy books to be correct in conduct of the soul and not the physicality. And if you don't carry the emotion of doing wrong, you shall do no wrong. Tomorrow, in the part of the conference, we're giving the whole morning to the new space reactors. Not when you see the reactors, when it's presented by John and Ahmed, don't look at what is the reactor, how many cores. Look at the fields which these can create, that you can connect to it, allows you to become man of space. Don't become again back into the position of looking at, we have a spacecraft. The thing is that the spacecraft creates a condition of one position. It's for you to see if I can change into that position, that I can travel in it. Unfortunately, it won't be like the present jetliners. We control the condition. The criminals, the kings, and the priests can all walk in. It's very strange. When you come from Africa, especially you come from Kinshasa usually, you find a lot of priests coming in to Europe. And then you find in the first class a lot of ministers and prime ministers come to Europe too. One is a thief of the soul of the man, and one is a thief of the finances of the man. But they're all carrying the same place. On a flight coming from Kinshasa years ago, I asked this man of rope sitting there trying to read his Bible. I said, why are you going to Europe? He said, there is a shortage of priests in Europe. We can't make finances, so we have to go there and make sure the Vatican gets run. The whites don't become priests anymore because they realize it doesn't pay anymore. And the Vatican and the church is a path of freedom from the miserable life of Africa. Been on many of these trips. I worked in Africa for nearly 30 years. And then you walk into the first class, you sit, and you see the minister. I'm going to sign such and such a contract, and I have half a bag full of diamonds, which has come, nobody knows. I carry it as a ministerial bag. You got to understand the reality is very simple. It's how we choose to steal has given us different position, and we get different disguises. In so many ways, the power of the man, thank you very much. One of the few safe hands you can drink water in Keshe Foundation from. The last time they gave me a cup of soup by Mr. DL carried cyanide in it. And very strange, there's a picture of me sitting behind a computer. It was supposed to be the last picture before I die that the books will be published in his name. And then he said, had a heart attack. There are very few safe hands you can rely on. And that's the trust of the soul of the man. In so many ways, you have to understand that the position of the soul of the man in what it takes, it dictates the physicality of the man. In what you do, you can and you can extend it to become manifest in 2, 3 places. There it comes. Australia is walking in. Good morning. What is important in this conference, as you see, we have many people from many nationalities and different parts of the world, or part of the world they come from, but they don't want to be connected to because now they're Canadian Americans, but they're originally from Australia, but they came from Slovenia and everything else. But if you look at yourselves in this conference, you are exactly like the breast of the woman. You have mutated to fit the environment you're in and how you feel safe. Black, white, Chinese, whatever you are, you have mutated. So it took you thousands of years to do it. We've shown you a system does it in 3 months. And then if you become expert in it, you can do it in a few seconds. Now that you know the path, it should become very easy. It won't come by CO2, it won't come by zinc oxide, it will not come by gas of God knows what. It comes by the emotion of the man, how you energize that reactor. As long as you don't carry the true essence of, I create this for humanity, not for me to be the first one, you'll never make it. And somebody comes with a pure heart, understanding that the evolution of the time dictates the creation of new space science, then you all walk in it. It is very easy. It is very easy to make a misjudgment and don't understand. When you come to the structure of the space flight, in so many ways, we have explained it yesterday. And maybe as part of the teaching, as we show the video, we'll show another piece to it. It's very much repetition of what we said yesterday, but that was exclusively for you. Now we teach the rest of the world. In so many ways, as we said, the fuel of the universe is deuterium. You cannot work without the deuterium. And the reason for it is, it has the energy balance enough to create, to keep a weaker imposition of the two, but in juggling between the two, it releases its energy, which if you know how to capture that energy, it becomes the fuel of a space. In so many ways, we have to understand how we fuel it. What's the reason behind the fueling? And if you take and understand the work of deuterium, then you understand the CH3, which you've been relying on so heavily for energy, is a carbon a hydrogen, and a deuterium. But your problem is how to lock up these two, that you can use this for a space technology. We understand, John? Where is Armin? He's going to shoot himself. It's okay. When we explain the release of production of CH3, all of you looked, and you heard it yesterday, Dr. Rodrigo says, you don't use CH3 in cancer cases because it gives energy to the cancer. But the way you created the CH3 from the interaction of nano-coated copper and a galvanized element, which is due to galvanization, carries different properties, as we explained yesterday. In the center is iron, outside is mainly zinc and nickel. So that space allows you to create the CH3. There's a small trick. Peter, are you listening? You should be able to know what I'm talking about. In placing a condition in this chap here, you'll be creating deuterium beyond the imagination of the man when you engage the two to something else. But understand is the plasma. Hands up. You want me to put it under my nose? Do you want me to put it on my nose? So what you get is this piece. As I said before, we are in a fast track to become man of space. So for 2-3 years, you lot been playing with CH3. I see you lost, John. Is it in your pocket? Tomorrow you will see deuterium in 3 different colors by the hydrogen. Do you have them with you? Where are your little jars? Can we have it? Please. Oh no, you can show it tomorrow. Let them be excited. They're going to see something strange tomorrow. John has brought with him the material which you can use to create the space fuel, but still is at the infancy. He has brought you 3 different, am I correct? 3 different type, 2 different type. He's forgotten the 3rd one. That's good enough because you can fuel it either way you like. And he says, how come there are different color? I have another color. Yes, the White House is calling. I did that with the Vietnamese ambassador in one of the ambassadorial meetings. He was busy going like this. I said, excuse me, Your Excellency, you know, in an official meeting with all the ambassadors in the room, you're not supposed to be using your mobile. Then we found out what it was used for. He was literally lining into White House. We finished the meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning, on 10 o'clock at night after dinner, and 9 o'clock the next day, White House issued a decree against the scientists who know more than the Americans. So I hope you pass the message on well. So what it is, this is what has been with you. I said to you many times, I played so open that because it's so in front of you, you don't see it. It's like a love affair. You never see how much your wife loves you because you're so close, you're blind to it. I brought the fuel in front of you, and you've all been playing with this guy. Nobody stood still. What is all this? Why does it give us everything? Because, have a look. Space fuel. You were happy to be the fuel of the man who was carrying in a backpack hidden the fuel of space. Come to the front, you don't need to stand up. The front seats are much more expensive. He's going down slowly, slowly. Come and sit at the front. You got to realize that good morning, Italian delegation. Italians always come late. The later they come, the higher love and respect they have. Forget about the French, they turn up for dinner for instant breakfast, which is very important. So what you need to understand is that I have dangled this fuel in front of you, and as you're all so physically attached, you couldn't see there's a deuterium in there. And in many teachings, I said the fuel of the space is deuterium. And all of you have been making it. Very good deuterium is black in color. And I have about 20, 30 liters of it in Ghana. That's why we are flying out of Ghana. And I produce it in CH3 boxes. We produce average about 2 or 3 liters a day. And it's very strange. Richard, are you awake? Yeah. He set it up. The 3 on the left and the 3 on the right against the window. The 3 on the light when you left, because I didn't want to show you how to make deuterium. Now they're only making deuterium. Yeah. You're not allowed back. But what we do, we produce deuterium next to CH3. Sometimes when the boys get it wrong, suddenly becomes CH3. And then it flips back to deuterium. This is why the depth of the space is dark, because of the high saturation of deuterium. This is the reason, because what happens in compression of the balance, the existence of the what we call free plasma of the deuterium creates transparency of its light in respect to its environment. Now you know why the space is so full of energy, but it's dark. But in interaction with another deuterium, it releases enough energy that it stays transparent. So, if you come to Ghana, deuterium fuel for its space, at the moment it stands about $10 million a gram. Anybody want some? We got to finance the space center. And we produce it. And I've told them what they're producing. The scientists in the Ghana understand exactly what they're producing. And it's very nice, elusive, black, and doesn't matter how much you gas wash it, still it stays black and elusive. But it's very luminous. You know it when you see it. If you condition it in a different way with a carbon, you get a slightly creamish color, a slightly yellow color. What other colors you have, John? Dark blue. Now you know what it is. That's the purest. You see, I don't teach him. He doesn't want to talk. He's got the whole 3 hours tomorrow. We have a double act tomorrow. John and Armin, you got to realize both are the heads of the Keshe Foundation Arizona Space Research, which we are setting up and now is going. And John does the physical structures, and Armand does the imaginary part. You'll see the imaginary part tomorrow, and you've seen the work of John for many times in many presentations. We need the statistic, and we need the static systems that we can actually physically understand what's the behavior. The research done in Arizona, the way John does it, is a backbone of a space technology, if you understand. I hope it's not got the CO2 in it. She's not bothered, she's still watering it. Yes, please don't forget to water the plants in front of you, the flowers, and tomorrow when we finish, take your flower home. Because you're not taking a flower home. The flower has taken the knowledge as much as you have. It's alive and it's got a soul. When you touch it, it brings you the knowledge you missed. In so many ways, you all have been in the space business for 3 years, but we didn't tell you. Now is for you to find a way how to change your CH3s into fuel space. You were happy with the fuel for the man. You were going for CH3. CH3 is the original sugar of the backbone of the creation of life on this planet. Without it, life would not have happened. But if you can change it, you can interact with it. If Armand was here, he would have told you he's pushing it, but he doesn't see it. And I never tell him anything. I'll leave it for him because he imagines good. So it gives us a new dimensions in the school of thoughts of the plasma technology. But he says, you don't tell me everything. And I said, if I tell you everything, you'll become copycat. Nobody will learn. But if you understand this, if you understood how you created the CH3, and if you understand how this can be created, you're all man of space. The reason for it is very easy. You fuel your spaceship with this, and you fuel man with this. But if you get it right in the reactor, you can do the two at the same time. The reason why you don't see it is very simple. Because in the present matter state, you look at the hydrogen, carbon, hydrogen, hydrogen, and a hydrogen, and a carbon, and a hydrogen, and a carbon, and a hydrogen. In the world of the plasma, you look at this. The hydrogen is here, deuterium is here, and the carbon is here. They're all on the back of the same plasma. Ah, Armand, you missed a lot. Yeah, it says it's okay, it's on the internet. You get the voice, but not the soul. I was giving you a lot of soul. It's there. So, what do you come to understand? In the matter state, they explain to you the fallacy of this. In the plasma state, you work with this. One of the reasons why the world of science has gone so wrong, as I explained many times, is the way they represent a carbon, an H, an H, an H, or whatever they link it. If you look at it in reality, it's like this: a carbon, an H, an H, and an H. Not all of them are positioned the way they want to tell you. If you understand this, then you understand there's a lot of energy which is kept and controlled. There was a very interesting discussion on a dinner table by the man in a beard, if I find it. He was explaining, sitting across Ahmed with the glasses. He says the hydrogen is at 120 degrees, and if you give it the right energy, it goes in line. Correct? He's sitting there. He's looking at me. He's not talking. Oh, he was explaining it very good in English. He understood part of the game. The other part is that if you can change it from 120 degrees and understand there is a third one 120 degrees, when you bring these two, for this to move in to be balanced, releases a lot of energy. You see, I don't sit in a cafe and just have a dinner. I listen to everybody, because you listen through your ears, I pick up your souls. So I can tell you more. In so many ways, if you understood the work of the plasma, if you create the right condition for CH3 in your reactors, you will have the deuterium. A young chap yesterday came to me and he showed me a diagram with this CH3 inside and there's something else outside. He understood, but he's not sure. In a way, if you look at it, if you can create there is nobody behind the board anymore. If you understand in your space reactors, I keep on telling you, you need double core, Mr. Arman. He has double core. We'll see tomorrow. You call it acidic or alkali. I call it very simple. Yes. You're not supposed to ask questions. It's a teaching time. Yes, yes. You ask. But if you understand, if you create enough of that, you're talking about plasmatic field. You're talking about plasma, you're talking about gas, you're not talking about the molecular structure. Do you see the light? Do you understand it? The board is very, that's the whole secret. The smaller it goes, nobody understands. Okay, I'll go very bigger. Is this good enough for the blind? There is a place called, yes. You need to go to them and say, I need some of these, please. Unless you can see through the eye of your soul, then you don't need the red. So, those of you who've been looking to create deuterium or the property of the deuterium, I gave you everything before. If you put enough of it in and ratio it the right way, and Dr. Rodriguez keeps on telling you 2 to 1, 3 to 1, you link the carbon. In a plasmatic condition, you link the hydrogen. You know, if you don't understand, C goes with C, the O in connection with hydrogen, you know what it does. It takes two of it, but it leaves a free H. But if you have enough free H's here, you got your deuterium. Then, if you understand it, go back to the work which was done with the time of teaching, how you change alkaline with acidic. If you know there is a secret in the whole process, that this chap without doing anything, the guy behind me understood, but is not doing it, and I'm waiting for him to do it. Armin, you keep the carbon link. You create a condition where big bunch of these behave like this inside this part. Now you don't need to change matter. Now you create deuterium here more than here. We put current in it. You understand? Now you know. So it's your problem. I fly in Ghana, Arizona has to fly too. So what you see, you don't look at it in a matter state. Look at it in a plasmatic state. If you don't have a carbon connection strength, you have a problem. But in a space, you don't need it. But this is at least an interim that you can just take off a little bit. Be happy, at least we don't wait for 3 years for doing nothing. Oh my God. There's another millions in China doing it. So they didn't see it. That's their problem when you don't see. Yes. Good morning, doctor. I told you, the Italians come as late as possible. They're usually the last people in all the conferences and teaching. So now you understand, you keep the link, because here on this planet, you forgot about something. In all these, you have your H2O2 both sides. Now you go like this, oh God, what did I do? It's okay, you fly tomorrow. No problem, we have it. So you got to understand, if you go a step further, and understand the whole process, God bless the soul of the man if he understands what I'm about to write. Now we'll do it here with different color. There is a very big question. If you look in a matter state, if you look in a plasma state, you're too late. You already done that. Just about 10 minutes before you go, you went for a smoke, you smoked everything up. Now you understand what's going on. If you don't see it, big enough, Go back on the teaching of Dr. Rodriguez yesterday. Understand you're dealing with the plasma. Understand what is carbon. Understand what's oxygen. Understand multiple of the plasmas can give effect of the same. Understand that you can have deuterium at any time. One coffee. Understand that you're dealing in a plasma state, not in a matter state. If you get and understood what Dr. Rodriguez told you by the ratio of filling up your bags, the water which you carry in your CH3, but the ratio of understanding it will give you deuterium here or deuterium here, according to the current you put through the transformation. You've seen the work, but you never understood. You talk about the amino acid of the man. Sorry. But you don't see the conversion of the numbers. If you get the right conversion, this stays neutral, then you can convert carbon to behave like oxygen. And in a teaching of up to now, I taught you something very, very simple, but maybe you understand. Iron is what they call the magnets, creating positioning on Earth. In the gaseous part is the oxygen, which plays the game. In the deep space is the carbon, or what we call crystal structure of carbon behavior. Now you have more or less the three magnets of the universe. There are more to understand. Good morning. Arman says thank you. Lawyer of mine in Manchester says, don't thank me, pay me. So, fly. Now you understand more and more about the riddle of the work. If you get your ratio right, you lock this to this. And then you decide how much of this will come to work with this and allows this to behave as a deuterium, or how much of this is going to lock with the water with this one, then this becomes a gravitational point. All you do, you change your gravitational from the center to the magnetical outside and return it back again. This is what your body does. You change the solid, converts it to energy, back again to solid, and you reject it. Doesn't do anything else. And all of it is done in the amino acid of the man, which 70% of it behaves as water. Good morning. he moved forward. The Dutch are moving in. He moved all the way from the back right to the front. So now you understand how the body works. Dr. Rodriguez told you yesterday, 95% of the body of man is made of the elements of the gases, which is amino acid. But one piece he forgot to tell you, 75% of that is water. So the amino acid in its essence works within the structure of the water of the plasma. Because it's in a gaseous state, the body of the man, it switches itself continuously. It feeds off itself and releases of energy of itself. If 95% of the body of the man is this, and we know by mass about 70–75% of the body of the man is made of this, how much of which is going where? The riddle is solved if you understand it. Then what is very strange for you is something very interesting. In creating gravitational magnetic field within the mass structure of the gases of this planet, and if you understood this and you understood this, are you wondering why you're walking upright? You've already been in a space, but you haven't managed to lift it a little bit higher. If you look at the structure of the plants, they work through this structure, but they use a slightly different way in a different structure of the using the matter state, how much they're going to be attached to the earth, the physical part. Have you ever seen greens flying in the air and you can grab it? Very difficult, huh? So now you understand even why you're walking upright. This will be very hard to translate the emotion of a Dr. Under in the transcripts. So if you understood, the body of the man in essence carries not the hydrogen, but the hydrogen behaving as deuterium. You should have flown 2 years ago. Yes. Now it's better. Okay. If you understand this position by manipulation of the oxygen in the water of the body of the man, you get the ratio. This is why your lymph needs a different chamber in the heart, and your blood and the immune system use different chamber of the blood. If you understood that, if you remember in the teaching of the medical part, we explained that each chamber has a pressure for immune system, for the lymph system, for the other one, and the other one. But collectively, when they work in a field strength, the energy is the energy of the emotion. If you look at it in the essence of the creation of the physicality of the man, the heart each chamber is tuned to the strength of one of the 4 elements of the amino acid, which is the blood of the man. And in their interaction, what you receive, because now it's the matter state of the plasma, the field strength becomes emotion. That is why when you fall in love, the heart goes. What's got to do with the heart? Because the field flow, the amount of the matter change conversion comes, touches the emotion of the man, then you go crazy. This is emotion, and this is the emotion of the physicality. And then you have a brain, which is the emotion of the upper part. When this ghost hits there, voila, the 2 emotion interaction feeds the soul of the man. And if it's too hard, you fall in love. And this is one of the reasons why they say scientifically the love doesn't stand more than 3 to 5 years. You fall out of love. And that's why even the writing of the prophets, they say, I made you to make children that they may love me, that they mention my name, and by mentioning my name, they give me, it's in writing of Baha'u'llah's name. And then you understand that the emotion changes. Because now you were in Chicago breathing different kind of oxygen. Now you move to New York or London or Rome, it's different kind of oxygen. So the strength of the emotion, what was love, now it becomes hate. It calls in a mistress because you have to confirm you still exist. It is, me too. And then it'll be very strange. Why do the people come to Rome, the city of romance? Because the gravitational magnetic field of this part of the planet, by accident, falls near enough to the emotion of love. Because it's not just us. Earth has inertial fields and it has a gravitational field. The filter is, this is the source, is the soil of this country, happen to be around Italy. A lot of water swimming underneath, continuous, so it allows us to fall in and out. You become Italian man, very romantic. Just happen to be at the strength of the emotion of the love. So if the Italian can produce a machine to measure the strength field of the earth around this area, we have found the first secret, how to be romantic. Romance has its own strength field, like hate, love, and everything else. So it gives you a dimension. Now, if you understood this, when the physical pressure does not match the emotional pressure, the emotional release feeds the energy, which the emotional part of the soul, which is the part of the upper part of the body, which is the gaseous part, cannot handle it. It releases its energy, and you call it a brain hemorrhage. And depending on a position of the heart in the chest, you'll find out most of the damages come to this side, because the heart is a bit to the left. In a way, it doesn't go up straight, it hits this part and it blows itself up. It's a volcano. The heart attack you get, the brain hemorrhage you get, comes from the energy released on the left side. If you do some research, which I've done, you'll find out the position of the heart in respect to the shape of the brain will dictate how much of which one. If it's very, very fully lefted, complete this, you see huge paralysis on the left side. If the brain position in respect to the heart is more to the center, you see some damages on the right side too. Depends if the emotion comes from not being able to talk, not being able to declare what you feel emotionally, you get a paralysis on the lips and the talking. Then now we understand. When you handle a stroke patient or brain hemorrhage, find out which part of the emotion has been touched. And then find what you call in the matter state, the strength of its frequency. And you feed it with that GANs, you'll find out they walk off. So, in so many ways, goes back to our friend, the level of deuterium. Any questions? Don't ask me for the soul from Rome. We can go and get it outside. I think Rick is still asleep.
Oh no,
Hello, Rick.
I'm here.
We're there.
I am here. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. And once again, I'll remind our viewers here in the Zoom chat that they can put their hand up and become a panelist in order to speak. Now,
Yes.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes. She's the General Secretary of the Universal Council. She can ask any questions. But it doesn't mean we're going to answer them. And as her husband always says, it used to be Mr. Blah, blah, and Mrs. So-and-so. Now it's Mrs. So-and-so and Mr. Blah, blah. We call her Mrs. Westinghouse from her old position.
When you were talking earlier about to change the oxygen level is what's going to change the energy we get from the CH3 to come out into the deuterium, I believe is how this went. I was thinking, and then you went to the heart, but originally I was thinking, is this controlled more by the breathing of the lung? Since we're working with the oxygen level?
Yes, but you have to remember one thing, how you control your breathing through your emotion.
But but is it through the, okay, here's where I guess I'm getting confused. Is it through the working of the lung itself, or is it more through the putting of the energy of the oxygen through the heart?
You got to remember one thing. Look at the physical structure of the man. Why the heart is positioned inside the lung. Go back in the teaching. Even Dr. Rodriguez from previous teaching we done, he repeated it yesterday, that we say the body of the man absorbs 80% of its energy from its environment and 20% of it by eating. Now, if you understood, it should be very easy for you to understand the next space of the understanding. They're putting too many pens here and I can't change. Don't forget, I'm a man. I'm not multitask, so I can't do too many things. Repeating what was just said, if you understood, this is the body of the man. I hope I've never been a good drawer. It's the bedlam-sided. I think it's got something called the leg too. If the man takes 80% of his energy from his environment, which is totally loose, now you understand the fallacy of the science of the man. The heart of the man sits within the structure of the lung of the man. As we say in English, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you are absorbing 80% of the energy from the environment around you, Now you understand the conversion of the energy which is given to the blood to come to the heart. This can't be more than 20%. The heart gets most of its energy directly from the conversion from the lung. Then you understand you don't need that much working for the heart to let it rest. So the heart itself, to energize the blood, the way it comes in, it doesn't get energized by transfer of energy just as it goes through the heart. Because the energy received by the heart from the lung is 80% of it. And then if you understood this, you understand how the Indian guru was feeding himself. The way you change the position of the lung, you change the energy, and through it, you feed the emotion. You reduce the consumption of the energy in the physical part, because now you're transferring plasma to plasma. You're not transferring matter to the direction of the plasma. So the energy transfer is so fast, but because it goes through the wall of the body of the man, through the heart, the same. Now you can control emotion very rapidly with it, the control of the heart. Is the emotion in energy transfer which creates the condition of the heartbeat and not the other way around. You feel safe in respect to the environment, 60 over whatever is good, or 90 over whatever is good, or 12 over whatever is good. What do you do in high blood pressures? Now we use in cancers. All you do, you change the environment within the body, the field transfer, and then in turn affects the blood pressure. Because you work through the energy of the plasma, you don't work through the energy of the matter state of the blood. You touch the emotion. When we use CO2 and zinc oxide, we elevate the emotion of the man, which affects directly through the emotion of the physicality, through the heart, to the brain of the man, and emotion conversion of the energy from the soul. I asked Giovanni one day to bring an MRI. It's very coincidental. I open an MRI of Naomi, and I can show you the position of the soul of Naomi. It's there. You see it. This is what I told to Giovanni. If the doctors manage to do the correct way of taking MRI in the right slices, you find the position of your own soul. And the smaller it is, the more powerful it is. You don't look for a huge space. That's a habit of the man. You look for a very small dot. It's black because it's hollow. Sits just in the center of the brain of the man. When I showed it to Giovanni, then you don't work to touch the physicality. You touch the soul because you know where you divert it. And to me, it's easy because I know the position. We did that with Naomi the last day she was getting moved in the hospital. You reach the soul and she moved the physicality. Correct? We don't do magic. We understand the totality. And many of the doctors, many of the physicians, if understand this, when a patient stands in front of you, you don't prescribe paracetamol, this and that. You're there to give from your soul, not from your pen. You give to the soul, and the body shall move. This is what Christ did when there was a body on the floor. Resurrection comes from the elevation of the soul of the man. Then the physicality follows. And man has not understood that yet. Any other question? Yes. Just 1 second, please. I have to give you a mic. We have one other person listening on the internet somewhere.
I want to go back a bit. Usual as the heart.
Can you introduce yourself, who you are?
Yes, I'm Rui from Portugal. I'm a council member.
Yes.
And I'm curious about what you show the heart divided in 4 with the amino acids, which part, and then you correspond emotion 1 and something else I didn't get it, but you didn't talk about the other 2 parts. So I would be curious which part, what it means.
The heart,
divided
you
in
have
4.
the way you have to understand. This is the physicality presentation. You have the lymph. Lymph has a slightly different amino acid gravitation. Yeah. So it needs a different kind of field pull gravitation to pull the lymph in, which is connected to this. You have the blood, which is the other one. It's got to do with the physicality, and you have to do with the immune system. The immune system, one of the chambers is responsible for the immune system because the pressure it creates here goes on the top of the bone of the man, like in a femur. It creates the right pressure for T cells to be pulled up. It's not random. It's controlled by one of the chambers. One of the chambers of the heart, the pressure of it, doctors can tell you each one has different pressure. The pressure gravitational magnetic field of one of the chambers is connected to the field strength of the what you call the amino acids, which are responsible for T cells and B cells in the immune system. The immune system deficiency, doctors go and look where it is. Look at the heart. Look at where the problem is. You fix that, there is no immune deficiency. The deficiency comes when one of the chambers is not operating correctly, so they're not the right amount of T cells are extracted from the bone, and not extracting the right way, not right amount of what you call lymph has gone through the bone, and then it goes to your digestion system. The digestion system does not extract because it doesn't see any need for it. Your life, the way you create the immune system, is a suction machine which connects it to your heart. It's a chain of command. I need immune. This is why when you get chemotherapy, then you die of a simple cold. Because what happens in the lymph, which is created, the extra energy which is added to the body through the injections, materials of the chemotherapy, a lymph of this size needs to go through this bone, that here when it's converted becomes the T cells, that this part can suck it up and give it to where it needs to go. Now you extended it, it blocks the passage. So the smaller one cannot go through. This is why we see secondary cancer, or what they call metastasizing, because it's the blockage. Now the bone rots. It's not a cancer, it's the blockage, which does. When you get cancer, it's the same thing. Why does it metastasize? Because a heavier element, let's say copper, has exceeded. So its energy goes to the adding of the energy of the lymph, and then it blocks it. So if you take this out, the metastasis most of the time is not matching the cell of the cancer, but it has blocked. So now there is no immune system to fight the cancer because of the blocking of the passage of the bone. As you know, in many of the teaching, we say, you look at it as a bone. The bone is a maze of holes. And it's very much, if you turn the bone upside down or in sideways, it's the repetition of the work of the earth. If I take this bone and give this body and put the bone marrow in the middle and put the passage of lymph here, which comes through it, it goes through a lot of things and it takes time, and then it matures, and then by the strength, it becomes the lymph, or what do you call it, the bone marrow. Look what happens. The man of energy understand. You have the salt, you have the earth, you have the amino acid, which is your lymph, gets sucked in with the salt, with the iron, becomes hemoglobin, sinks to the bottom of the sea, and then it takes time to wash and it go, and you collect it as black stuff you call oil. There is no difference. It's the same process. Here, you go to the passage of the solid state of the matter where there is a thing, and in that process, as it goes through, it washes gold, silver, and whatever, and then it says the light gold, the heavy oil, or whatever it's got in it. It's the same process here. This lymph going through here has to be that size. Going through here has to be very, 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 very fine. It's different strength. And then when it comes here, it becomes the condition of to becoming your red blood cells or white cells, and this one becomes your T cells or B cells. It's the filtering size. It's like, you have these sands, you allow different, size of a stone to go through. It's the same process. There is no difference with the processes. And this one, when it becomes the amino acid, the strength of the, let's say, immune system, one of the chambers can pull it because of its strength. The other one cannot pull. It hasn't got for it. So the amino acid is not, let's say, 16, 14, 1, and 12. It's 16.2. So this is tuned to the 16.2 of the amino acid. So the physicians, when you have immune deficiency, you look at the emotion, you change the emotion, you change the condition of the emotion, which is to do with the heart. Everything changes. You don't need no medicine to give for bringing immunity back. All you need to do, if you can't see it, you make a patch of CO2 and zinc oxide. Patch it on the heart. Voila. It finds its own balance. You have to understand that the body of the man is made out of the emotion to physicality, not the other way around. And then when you have a sick person in front of you, you don't look at the physicality. You look what emotion has left. Physical deformation are different things, but majority, as we heard, is 95%, even the control of our own body is that. If you find out what pressure is needed in one of the chambers to change the color, because it's all to do with how we suck it, you go from black to white. Because in the deeper space, white survive, and the black will stay in different condition. But then you have to become black, otherwise you can't sustain the life. It's the simplicity of understanding the process of creation, and it's very, very simple. Don't look at it ever as a matter state, the elements we decided. Look at it as the field strength of the plasma, and then it's very, very different. Any other question? You gotta wait, there is another one. The members of the Universal Council all have questions. Please introduce yourself.
Armin Gavuchian.
Member of the Universal Council from Armenian language.
Mr. Kesh, I see similarity here. If you know, not the guru, but another Indian man who was, he was saying he was not eating for 70 some years. He was 80 some. And they've tested him in many ways. And what they had found, that he was accumulating a black tar like stuff at the top of the palate. And this is where he was getting his energy. Do you know anything about that? I'm seeing similarity.
No, the thing is, if you look at it that way, in a simple way, he's changed the position of the liver to the energy source. What do you call a black hole? but it is a center of all energies. It takes, you can do it. I can teach you in a matter of 2 or 3 days, you won't eat. It's very easy. You sit, you teach yourself. If I sit with the slight move to the side, I don't feel thirsty anymore. So you know this position is for water. You have to look for it. It's like a pendulum. If I move this way, I feel like banana. So you get everything you need from the environment as a banana. So that's all it is. You have to create the image of the emotion, and the body through breathing will absorb the energy you need. That's how it works. I would like to have a hot curry madras with rice. So I move to the position that I feel it, I get it, and then I receive the energy. I don't need to eat.
This kind of confirms the Buddha boy, 15-year-old, who was not eating for a long time. He actually went to his mother and said, I'm going to stop eating for 6 years, and I want to be close to Buddha, and I want to get my teachings directly from him. And that's exactly what he was doing movement-wise. When they took a video, a fast video, he was slightly moving every so often. But he would be stationary, sitting there, and they filmed him continuously for, I think, some 70-some hours to prove that at least he wasn't drinking anything. He was not eating for a long time, but he wasn't drinking anything.
The creation of the water is the easiest part.
But the movement, yeah.
The movement, it's just how you move it, how you adjust yourself. Even you can move your stomach in position where puts the pressure on the diaphragm and it brings different things up. You go back. I've done this in teaching several times. First guy who did it was Alex and some other people. They put an orange, and Alex put everything else in. He got himself drunk. You put, as I said in the other teaching, amino acid, and the other side of the bottle had zinc oxide and some CH3. You remember the zinc and the copper gave you the amino acid. Now, this, you were looking at the plates, but in fact, the fields does the same thing. Now you have placed it. These two bring different kind of amino acid to the water. The process doesn't start till the amino acid on the surface is done. Otherwise, it's a water. Once the amino acid layer is established, this chap as an orange is the amino acid too. Now you create a link between the water and the orange. Now, because in that process, you pick up some of the strength of the zinc, when you drink the water, it gives you the emotion of drinking, eating an orange. You added the copper to it, GANs. So now the strength of the GANs, which is in the amino acid, gives you the physical energy. So when you drink the water, you are getting the emotion, the feeling, the taste, the physical structure of the orange. But you forgot about something else. The biggest water tank of all is the human body. You already carry all that in. So you don't need to destroy the orange or kill an animal where what it has free to give you will feed you. Die shall not kill. That's exactly what it is. You don't need to kill. I want to give you the taste of how it tastes. that you can enjoy my presence, then you give me what I need. You never ask the orange, what did you get from me? Because he's taking something and giving something to you. Understand? So in so many ways, you were looking in a container and a water, where the container and the water and all the contents with the emotion is the body of the man. But it's delicious to chew, huh? Because chewing confirms the existence on this planet. Another question. Oh, she's got it. Yes, another member of the council, yes. Why do you need a permission?
Well,
You
'cause
ask too many questions. In teachings, you get two people. Azhar or... Okay, carry on.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
So I'm Sabrina Montanaro.
Yeah.
And I live here in Italy,
Yeah.
and I'm part of the council.
You are an Italian council member.
And I'm the Italian council member.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to say I saw the video of this man too, and I mean he didn't eat from 7 to 80, and they did like scientific tests. They saw the kidneys filled with water twice a day, even though he didn't drink.
He does through the same process.
But he said that like ambrosia came from like his soul through his palate, like honey.
It depends how everybody does it different
Like it
way,
drip
what they
up.
have, what you create the water because you need it to be existing. So a large number of water. I say all the time, we've proven it. It's very easy. Doctors can tell you. They empty the lung of so many liters of liquid. How much water do you get out of the lung sometimes in crisis? 3 liter, 6 liter, in the pushing it 4 liter. But no doctor has ever stood still to ask a question. Where does this 4 liter water comes from? The 4 liter of water doesn't come from the body into the lung. The way, because when you go sick, the condition of the lung changes. So the air you breathe continuously produces the oxygen, the liquid. Pneumonia and water in the lung doesn't come that the body fills in the lung. It comes by change of the condition that the lung starts converting the air you breathe into liquid. And then if you have mastered it the way they do, it goes wherever. They don't produce 1 liter. They produce so little and the body absorbs. So it keeps the body refreshed all the time. You understand? And the doctors, if the condition is very rapid, we cannot convert the conversion, we get liquid enough. If the doctors, when you have a lung filled of water, get 2 patches of CO2 and zinc oxide and put it back in the front, you don't even need to empty the lung. In time will go. Very rapidly, faster than they can empty it, but it won't repeat itself because you remedy the basis, the reasons for the condition which created it. You see, the lung changes. My brother-in-law is a heart surgeon, very well-known senior heart surgeon for children. He always told us that, do you know what's strange? We open the chest for the heart surgery, and then we close it. When you pull it apart to get to the heart and then you close it, that little 1 or 2 millimeter gap which you created, you can't patch it, you change the lung, it changes the behavior of the man. You don't take the lung, because our lung, the way the position and the shape of our lung dictates our emotion and behavior. So now you open the heart, to get to the heart, you move the lung here and there. Now you change the shape of the environment. The magnetic system is changed. You change the CO2 a little bit more to zinc oxide. The man changes. So by changing the lung, if you want to change the behavior of a man, change the position of his lung. It's much easier. Just put him in tonsils, just get something in there and push the lung around. You get a different man. Would we come to the point to understand that the, what do you call it? The structure of the physicality through the emotion is how we structure our lung and our heart. 99%, yes.
So like when a man starts training physically or breathing exercises, sorry, that can change the personality as well.
Yes,
like
well,
by
how
the
do we feel?
muscular,
The body goes back to it again.
if you stay still.
Yeah,
for
it goes back.
time.
The shape is preset because don't forget, it's not just the color and the shape and the fingers and the face of the man is dictated at the point of inception by the soul of the man. Everything to carry that characteristic goes to the shape of the heart, shape of the lung. Dr.
Cornelius Van Dorp. Just wondering.
From which part of the world you come, Dr. Van Dorp?
New Zealand.
Okay.
Just wondering, in learning how to change the structure of the physicality with the emotions, what's more important? Is it like, can you do it with a breathing technique, or is it more important to have the power and the purity of the soul that dictates that? Because the reason I ask is because we just visited a guy in Holland who's known as the Iceman, and so he teaches people to get into a bath of ice for 15 minutes and stay warm, and that's almost entirely through a breathing technique. Right? He teaches people how to breathe heavily and then hold their breath for 3 minutes, and then breathe heavily 40 times, and then hold the breath 4 minutes, and then breathe 50 times, and then hold the breath 5 minutes.
Now you know how to mutate.
Beg pardon?
Now you know how to mutate.
Just like that.
Just like that. As the guy you said, just like that. You remember the man with the hat with the Bengal name? The Caroline has developed a technique of breathing with a pillow brushing. It says, my pillow, my life. And it goes through the same process with the ADHD, especially attention deficiency. And it goes, if man understands the process of the breathing and how he breathes and how you do, it can change your behavior, your characteristic, and everything else. And look at it. You get afraid, fear bring you different. You fall in love, you breathe totally different. Oh, you change, you must be falling in love because you breathe different. You're at ease, you got, because the love is not that you fall in love. You receive an energy which balances with your emotion. You find peace with yourself, we call it English. In so many ways, our breathing, the process of breathing is dictated by our soul at the point of inception, because that's what is going to be our character. When you do a lung transplant and you put somebody else's lung in, the research shows the behavior changes. It's not that they received another organ. Now it's the same brain, but different level of different oxygen is absorbed. Before, that level of oxygen absorption would have created fear. Now the guy becomes fearful because now it matches to the fear. The breathing is where we came from. Our life started in the air atmosphere of this planet. So our all behavior and condition is dependent on what we breathe. The way we breathe, the environment we breathe, the fuels which you extract. If you look, why do the herbs are always very close to the earth and they affect us very strongly? Because there are interactions and their work is with the matter state. So they touch the physical part. That's why they can touch us that. How many people have gone, how many doctors have gone to research on the level of different strength of the nitrogen that you breathe? You'll find out you have a different man totally. You don't need even give them the medicine. Because there is a very, very direct connection between these guys. 14, 16, 12, and 1. 43. Zinc, you're around 65. Then what's the difference? Pardon? 65, 43. Yeah? Have anybody of you looked at sodium? Pardon? Pardon? No. We're talking in the body of the man, or the emotion of the man. Have you seen the sodium? What is your body filled up with? Now you understand. Doctor. (11:43). We started 9 o'clock. We can go till 1 o'clock. Yeah, we can carry on. Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought that was a doctor. He changed
I know
the
he
voice.
insisted because he said I've had my hand up before. So
No problem.
is it okay?
You see, this is Italian man. They're always
Charming.
smooth to charm you out. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is, if someone has a leaking heart,
Yeah.
would the CO2 and the zinc oxide patches?
Go and ask the doctor. That is a physical condition. You have to find out what it is, why they call it leaking heart, and the way it does.
But the
There is a
doctors can't fix it.
Yeah, but you have to find out what the physical damage is.
Okay, thank you.
That's the physicality.
Hello again. And so I'm trying to.
Could you introduce yourself first, please?
Yeah, my name is Giuseppe Rossi. I'm an Italian doctor. I do quantistic medicine, so I'm already a holistic doctor and a magician, maybe according to other situation. I want just to comment a little bit and ask you your opinion about this, because there is a kind of might seem like a culture shock of talking, for example, about changing the lung shape and so to change the emotion, the character of a person. Is it true?
Yeah.
Okay. So I say this as a when we change the lung, we change the rhythm of the lung. We change in the piezoelectric situation. We change the message of the maybe the carrying wave of the body, in a sense that gives the rhythm to the body. And since the lung is full of neurons and the heart is full of it has 20,000 almost neurons, the heart, and also has a plexus and ganglia. So, and there is certainly a deep connection, nervous connection between lung and heart, as we know. So, if we change the shape of a lung, we can change the entire rhythm of that person. Maybe he can slow down his anxiety or the what else, for example. But I just I ask your comment about this, because also another short question. Sometimes I used to advise my patients for cardiac problem or tiredness, to use just one drop of peroxide in water, just in a half glass of water, one drops, and this makes a chain of events so that this oxygen is free inside of the liquid, and also electrons go around in our classic physics. I wonder why this new physics, how can read this experiment, this Russian experiment, which is
you see you call it oxygen. As I say in many of the teachings, the air we breathe is a cocktail of different strength oxygen. The air I breathe now is created by the oxygen from the leaf of this flower, which is totally different oxygen than the leaf of this plant. It's totally different than the one which made by the trees outside. So oxygen to common man is oxygen. But oxygen to the plasma of physics, if you understand it, is not 16. You look at this, whatever it is, oxygen. I look at the spectrum of the energies which this element covers. One plant creates this strength. The other plant creates the other strength. So when you give one of a specific strength, you give enough that it can satisfy part of this because you targeted a specific higher strength. So the higher strength always gives the lower. So that's why you see step-by-step changes in different part of the body of the man. We need the oxygen from this plant coming from South America. Oxygen create the oxygen I breathe. The air I breathe today, most probably the oxygen part was created somewhere in South America or most probably somewhere in another part of China. It's a cocktail. And your body took the oxygen 200. You used 10 of it, it came 190. My body now needs 190. What you rejected as part, I breathe. So when you give a high order according to the plasma structure, because once it goes in the body of the man, it doesn't behave as water, it behaves as a plasma of the water. So it's a higher order. It gives to all the lower orders that they need to receive according to the science of plasma. You always give from the higher to the lower. And then when you give, the one which takes up is the higher in magnetical, lower in gravitation. That's how it works. So that's why the oxide you give, it works, because it's a hydrogen concentrated in a certain strength. Now, the minute it enters my body, it's not oxygen anymore, it's a plasma of the oxygen. The minute you shut your mouth, now you're not in a matter state. Now you're in the zone of the earth. You're coming from outside, you want to come into the earth, you got to pass the, what do you call it, all the barriers which the NASA never passed. So this is the barrier. This point now is my condition, not your water, not the oxygen. I take from it what I like. And it's got high order, I take it. Why do we breathe a lot when we're tired? Why do we yawn? The yawning is a condition that we need a lot of energy from the oxygen that we take a variety of. When you breathe constantly, it's the same. But when you go, you change the lung, different elements of different oxygens now. It's like what I said, you take the lung out and you change it. And you now the expansion dictates different incomes, it shrinks differently. This is what I said to a lot of people who have smoked for 30, 40 years, and they say, I'm gonna quit. You quit, you die. Because your body has got used to a certain way of the certain elements. You follow the people who stop quitting smoking after a very long time, after 3 to 6 years, they show different signs of diseases. Because the long inhaling, the energy was keyed to that kind of filtering of the liquid, of the tar of the cigarette. You change it, now the body has to reset. Sometimes takes 25 years. Very few people walk away with a long time smoking with no damage. So that's why your peroxide works. You deliver, you give me the water. The minute it passes me, it's a plasma. And I need the full spectrum. You give me, instead of me going exercising, you give it to me in a shot. So I take it. That the way it does, it works. CO2 water or? Yes, yeah. CO2 water works much faster. Very, very fast. We see, especially when it comes, you see when a lot of people, I was telling earlier on, and in the practice of the doctors, we tell you when you give the zinc oxide, give it at night. before you go to sleep. It does wonders. Why? Because at night, the physicality is at rest. You elevate the emotion. When you wake up, the emotion dictates what the physicality needs was short of. You feed the emotion fixes the physicality, you wake up to, oh, the zinc works. Yes, because I gave to the soul, to the emotion, and emotion has fixed the physicality. It's not the other way. When you give a CO, when you get the CO2, you fix the physicality part. And the best time comes when the physicality has rest, you can repair through the soul. The CO2 repairs the physicality through the soul, and it works perfect because then he knows what it needs to be done. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Kesh.
Yes, 1 second, please. We got one question from another member of the council.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Caroline. I'm a member of the Universal Council.
For
Language, Netherlands.
And accidentally, my wife. It was totally coincident. We did some saying Farsi party, but we organized it. There was nobody. It was Richard gave up and Caroline. When she gives up, please volunteer.
It was like Carmen said. We appeared on the stage without even knowing we landed there. We have been working so much on repairing and reversing and rebalancing and trying to undo a lot and prevent a lot of damage. Why don't we try to go back to see when our doctors are receiving the women which are planning to get pregnant or the women which are pregnant, that we can, instead of only giving them a rapid cell division tablet to take home, can we make or create a plasma kit for our dear mothers that they can bear happy children?
Yeah, watch the movie called Happy Time. But
and secondly, if the doctors, I would like you to really spend some time on that topic. I tried to cross at your path, but you keep on putting it aside. I would really love for you to bring a kind of, in different ways, solutions that we can prevent children getting born with really difficulties in different shapes, different forms, which first of all,
you have to, I'm going to stop you. First of all, yes, we can do. The way we give at the moment, you're pregnant, madam, congratulations. I advise you to take folic acid to create faster division. Microphone. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. The way we give, as usual, the doctors, madam, congratulations, you are pregnant. I advise you to take some folic acid to create a faster division of the cells for your brain. And in fact, as I said many times, I said to a doctor once, do a test. When a woman comes in front of you, advise folic acid, say, madam, I would like to give you some nuclear radiation. And then I'll like to give some folic acid. See which one she picks. It's the same thing. All the, what do you call it, B12s and B blah, 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 they're all radioactive materials because it gives energy, fast energy that it allows the fast division. Body does not need to go and recuperate energy from somewhere else. So first of all is our understanding. They haven't told us they give us radiation. You just put something B and it's not N to say nuclear. So nobody suspects you're taking a huge amount of radiation. So we fasten the speed of the division physically. Why not to give them C zinc oxide too, to elevate the soul? But the deformity of the physicality at the time of birth In so many ways, it's not a cruel way to say, but in a way, it's the reality of what happens. Is what does that deformity brings to the soul of the ones created, and the balancing of the soul of the ones who allowed it to be created. The soul cannot be created if there is no room for it to be created. Always said many times, universe cannot be created if in the unicos there is no room for it. The division of the neutron to electron and proton comes because the field in the environment has reduced that allows the division because it's lost some by it. So when you create a soul, you have to see what other souls which have allowed the creation of this soul have allowed it to be and what is expected of it. Very interesting. In Belgium, I met a woman introduced by a doctor where she's asked for, I explained this very recently, for 24 operations on the leg, one leg, and 10 operations on the right hand. When, as you know, in Belgium, pedophilia is immense. The mother sold the girl at the age of 10 for a debt to the grandfather. And the grandfather raped the girl frequently. 3 abortions at the age of 11. Yes, this is the technique. It's the way the Belgians live. Pedophilia in Belgium is very common. And then they make all these accusations with the others. And then the same as when we gave a talk last week in Romania, they accused one of the top men of science to pedophilia. And they put him in prison, say the group is pedophilia. It's the way they work. These people, Illuminati, is the way they work. They accuse people of something which they are themselves. They have their own judges, their own prosecutors, and they do it. That's why we supported that meeting last week in Romania. These are pedophiles. In Belgium, they are very strong. So when I met this woman, I was asked to meet by a doctor. I walked in, stood in front of her, never met her before. I said to her, have you been raped? She just went on the sofa. He said, nobody ever asked me. And she told me, yes, my grandfather. I was sold. And this is what happened. Children in Belgium are commodity. They're not life. I can give you many of them. Then she said, sit down. I want to talk. I sat down. She said, I have 3 or 4 children who are all handicapped. It was obvious. The woman does not want to give to life to suffer the same as herself, so she cuts part of it. The name appears as a physicality of the, what do you call it, deformity. This is the way partially you look at it as the breast cancer because of the condition. The birth, when you give the physicality to it, carries part of the soul. It's the soul decides this is how to be or want to be. But it's the reality of it. What do? Do you elevate the soul of the mother? What happened to the father who had part in it? And then what happens to the whole process that ends up with the emotion creating the physicality? You can't take it halfway and say this is what happened there. You have to look at the whole totality. In a structure, I always say, what do you do when you have a dirty cloth? You put it to the corner. You don't put a dirty cloth in the middle of the clean. The humanity has realized the nation of Belgium are so filthy with abuse that they put them to the corner of the continent. The only thing is left, push them into the sea to clean up this mess. A king which has 50 cases of raping children and he hides behind immunity is not a king but a murderer. This is the ex-king of Belgium. Immunity by EU, because there are more of them in the whole structure, the whole thing will collapse. This is the reason the king of Belgium resigned, abdicated recently, not to give the blood, not to show that the girl claiming to be his daughter, not for the blood to be used in the court in France to prove the 50 rapes. No king is ashamed of giving blood if you have a child. No man is. But the worst thing is, the present king of Belgium is not even his, because then he proves us by the blood, it's not the blood of the present king. His belongs to Shah of Iran. You understand, the case is very deep. This is why they're after me, because I explain the truth very easily. So we dictate the structure. We dictate shape by what we put in, what we put out. The reality is, what the mother takes, the time of inception, counts for everything. You can speak. Nope. Yeah, it's there.
Magic.
You should have spoken through your soul.
Maybe because I wouldn't been able to put it in the right way. My question is, if we have all these young pregnant women just at the start, to guide them, to support them, I think we should put this part most probably in the medical teaching and ask the doctors, or I'm asking from my point from here, to find the guidance to balance. And through balancing the new mamas, also try to connect with the fathers at the same time. Because the doctors are mainly coming in contact with people which are planning for pregnancy.
The thing is, when a child is conceived and leads to creation of the physicality and the soul of the child, is the totality of the souls which are connected to it allow it to be created. So it's not just mama, it's just the grandfather, the neighbors, everybody else has a say. Because this is what we need. We have too many boys, this village needs some girls. So the interaction is the same as putting a magnet on the table. All the magnets have to be at comfort that the magnet can find its position.
But as Dr. Rodriguez said, my wish.
It's your command, but your wish has
doctors,
to be the others too.
Yeah, I know. But if the doctors can work from the point of, in case of Dr. Rodriguez, which came very nice forward, and you explained it very nicely, if he can put this kind of motion in, we let the wish to be free to balance.
The doctor can give part of the wish, but the totality is the community, society which decides. So you cannot do. Doctors can have certain. You give through your soul, not through your, what do you call it?
But sooner or later, the whole communities are going to start
learning
to work with it.
We'll see when the time comes how we change.
Can we put this as a kind of a teaching in the Universal Council?
You decide. I'm a teacher.
Thank you.
Any other question? You got to understand, we explain as part of the teaching we do, the structure of what we call the future of the mankind. We have set up the Earth Council, which is one head through the soul for each continent, according to the 6 continents which we have. Then above it, those are responsible for the physicality day of a man. As we explained in the council yesterday or the day before, the universal councils are the members responsible for the soul of the man on this planet and above, and interaction with the universal community. So in so many ways, the wish of universal council, because they work through the soul of the humanity, can change the shape of the structure of the man if they wish to, but in time they understand. If there is a disaster, if there is a condition where there is not so much the water changes or whatever, the Universal Council has enough within their grasp of their power to change the condition that the soul of the man on this planet changes and physicality changes. It's been done many times in the universe. The power of the Universal Council is beyond the understanding of present man. But in time will come. It's very much like you're a Red Cross. You need to get so many tents in to change the environment people can live. You can't take 7 billion tents to every single man. Within the structure of the Universal Council, the strength is that they can wish and change the soul of the man, that the physicality of the man changes, that he can fit the new condition. This is within your power. You have to understand. Any other question?
Mr.
Yes.
Kesh?
Is it my turn now?
Okay, go ahead there.
Is who?
Jocelyn from Quebec.
Is who?
I was just trying.
Jocelyn from Quebec. Quebec City.
I was trying
Yes,
to introduce
yes.
you there, and
Yes,
there's
you have
also.
to adjust your voice a little bit.
You want me to what? To raise my voice?
Yes, a little bit.
That way, is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, so I have two major questions. I don't know which one you would prefer first. Would you like me to read them, both of them, before answering?
Let me see.
Okay.
I like your French accent.
What?
I like your French accent.
I'm from Quebec.
Yeah.
Okay, I do not speak English often, so I
You
try
better
to
do
be
than
quite
me.
clear. Huh?
Yep. Carry on, please.
Okay, so the first question is shorter. Could we say that you are a clear-sighted soul, and that is why you discovered the truth about the plasma? First question. Second question, would you mind to tell us your opinion about the theory telling that the soul is a static, with something having no quantity but quality to create matter, unlikely the matter, which is dynamic state. As you know, the absolute zero has no movement in it and is a theoretical state.
The one
That's
who
never
made,
static.
let me answer you. The one who made such a theoretical statement knows nothing about the creation.
This is why I want your opinion about this theory.
That's the way you look at it this way. If there is not a motion of the plasma to move into, or the fields, or to move towards or away, we'll never understand, we'll never know that the plasma exists. So it has to be dynamic to give, to get. So the one who speaks about the static soul, it means he have never even understood his own creation. So we pass the question.
Okay.
That's very simple.
Good.
And
So,
other question?
Could we say that you are a clear-sighted soul, and that is why you discovered the truth about the plasma?
I was explaining to some of the members of the Universal Council how I got to where I got past couple of days.
Oh, yes?
Yes, we are in the state of the physicality as a man, but in the state of the soul as the messengers of the universe. It's very much, we pass, we teach. We are not prophets, we are messengers. We just pass the knowledge. We are the teachers, and it's like you know where you have to go to teach, at what time is your classroom. My classroom is Earth to complete, and then I carry on with my work somewhere else. We have the knowledge of the universe in depth beyond the understanding of the man, as we are masters in our work at the level of the soul. We are not messiahs. The messiah in word of the man, it means when the man becomes transparent to his soul, that he is just and correct. So when we talk about the messengers of the universe, we understand the totality of the work, and we are masters in our work at the level of the soul. We teach as much as is needed at the time of descent. But when we finish our job, man will be fully educated that they don't need no more teachers. So that's the job.
Yes, but what I want to know, what you discovered about the plasma. I understand that you are the only one in the whole universe that discovered that much about the plasma. Is that true?
No, we are not. We are not. We are not unique. We haven't discovered.
No, I'm talking about yourself. You are the only one for me.
Exactly.
The only one who talk about the plasma the way it has been talked.
No,
so
you
far.
got to understand. No, you got to understand. The man has to get to a level of understanding of his physicality and knowledge about this environment. Then we come as teachers to take it into the next step. I've done this many times in my lifetime.
Who else has been talking about plasma like you did?
Yes, because you start talking about plasma 40, 50 years ago. You understood the bit, but you went a bit misguided because you didn't see. We just came to correct it, and that's it. Just putting in the right track. Then you understand. The job of a teacher is not to force. The job of the teacher is to enlighten. And we are here to enlighten, not to force. Those who want to take will take and take the new path. And as I always say, Caroline always says, you have to take all the children and 7 billion of us. You cannot take the ones who don't want to come.
No, you cannot
enforce. So we teach, we enlighten in the physicality of the man, but in soul, we are the passengers of the universe for millions of years, according to the man. The knowledge I teach you, I haven't discovered. I came with the knowledge according to the soul, which has accepted the physicality.
Yes, but what is the origin of the plasma?
The origin of the plasma is the creator.
God.
You call it God.
For me, God, it's the infinity.
God is you. Let me explain to you. God is you because you have made part of it.
Yes.
Are part of his field of it. So you have to understand the size of your godness, as I call it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Okay.
We go outside. We go to the public. We go outside and we come back in again. Okay. Carry on, Rick, please.
Okay. One other.
Let me explain. We have a time factor limit. We got about 14 minutes. We can go before we shut down for the Zoom. We've got a time for our recording time.
Yeah, we've got a person, Mark from Detroit, that's been waiting patiently. He'd like to show his plasma battery capacitor arrangement and maybe talk about, if you could talk about that a bit with him. Is that
Under these special circumstances, I can restart the Facebook, so there is no real time limit. We can go as long as needed, Mr. Cash.
Okay, no problem. But don't forget, we sold tickets for 3 hours here. Can we let them go out again? We have a coffee break too, but it's okay. No problem. Is there any other question to ask before we go in showing anything?
There was a question from Ram, who says he has a concern about the formula of the CH and D given by Mr. Kesh. If one deuterium has replaced one hydrogen, then he says the formula should be...
No, it doesn't. One deuterium has replaced 2 hydrogen. This is where you got it wrong. When you have a CH3, you have CH, H, H. The CH stays in the plasma of itself. This hydrogen behaves like this now. You have 2 electrons and 2 protons. The field energy of, if you look at it, this gives a neutron. And if that behaves, you're looking in a plasmatic condition, you're not looking in a matter condition. You have 1 hydrogen, you have another hydrogen in the plasma condition. The balance, if the energy balance of the plasmas is equal, what it does, the plasma behaves like a deuterium. Because if you change it into the matter state, if you look at it, this is a proton, this is an electron. This is a proton, this is an electron. So this, because of its proximity and the way it comes in the mass of the strength of the field, behaves like a neutron. So what you have a proton, you have a neutron and an electron. It's the behavior of deuterium. That's how it works, is you don't look at it, because don't forget, CH3 as a gas is a plasmatic field. It's not a matter state anymore. It's the behavior of the pattern. So that's how we write it at CH deuterium. It won't happen in a matter state. You're working in a gas state, and the way it changes, because we're using it as a fuel, don't forget now CH3 itself is surrounded by another field of the CO2 or whatever. So you're not working in a matter state, you're working in a plasma state, in the connection and conjunction. Next question. Yes.
Hello. Okay.
Yes. Can you introduce yourself, who you are, please?
I am Ioannis from Greece. My question is this. The one asking questions right now, me, I'm not my soul, because when I refer to my soul, it's in the third person. And I'm also not my body, because that's my physicality. And
so who are we dealing with? Mr. Nobody?
That's my question. And yesterday you talked about swapping souls. You can sell your soul on eBay and get another one.
Yeah. But the eBay of the soul is very difficult. Exchange market is very tight. It's got too many restrictions.
Yeah. So I would like your take on who's the one speaking right now.
It's your physicality. You decided to communicate through the soul. In the time to come, we won't speak. In the time to come, the voice and the noise will be irrelevant. Because I feel the fields of you and what you want to do. You don't need the mouse to create the noise. So you want to play a game, it's very easy. As I said, it's in the patterns. A lot of information about the soul of the man is in the first three application of the pattern. Read it, you understand it. 1, 2, and 3, because now it's some 200 or 300 pieces to it, is the totality of the soul of the man. If you understand it. If you don't, it takes you time to read. It's very much like in Quran, Muhammad Rasul's name, he said, the 100 names for the beauty of God. 99 is written. And then if you read the Quran from the beginning to the end, you'll find the 100 one. Will be complete. And nobody up to now has found the 100 one. There's 99 of them you can buy on billboard. In fact, is when you understand the soul of the book, the message what it carries is the number 100, which is the equality of justice of man in the universe. Next question.
Perhaps we should let Mark show his unit and his question on that.
Yep.
Okay, Mark, are you ready to go there? We also have someone called Eddie Current who has a question. It has his hand up, but we'll get him in after Mark, perhaps. Hello, Mark, are you there?
My God.
Not hearing you yet, but maybe you're just getting set up there.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, Mark, you're just in the background a bit there. Do you want to start your video?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, we see your video there.
So I don't know if anybody probably a lot of people aren't familiar with the Kesh Reactor group. Last night or Tuesday night, it's a gathering place for guys that do this, and we get together and we talk about what we're trying to create. Things that Mr. Kesh has talked about and things that Mr. Kesh has tried to teach us throughout the years. And I just have a little something here that I may have stumbled upon that I've listened to and talked about, or that Mr. Kesh has talked about for years, for the last year and a half or 2 years. I believe that what you're looking at right now is a little unit that is actually producing plasma energy. It's a standalone unit. It's a unit that is all nano-coated and has GaNs on the inside. Last night we talked about it, or Tuesday night we talked about it, and what you're looking at is it's just a small capacitor that I put together with GaNs and nanomaterial, and from those two combinations, I started to get a reading from my meter, and that's where I'm at right now. I mean, I didn't really actually expect anything, but by observation and hoping that things would turn out the way they do, I think I've actually proven that plasma technology and plasma energy truly does work because of this little device here.
Could you show us, Mark, could you show us what you're talking about there? Because we can't tell what item you're discussing on your shelf there and so on. Or take it in closer or somehow identify.
Okay, well, let's see. Maybe I should just try to change the camera.
Now, yeah, much better. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so what you're looking at is the device itself. Okay, so that little spring unit that you're looking at in front of you is just a capacitor that has nano-coated wire inside with GaNs material and nano-coated material outside. So if you're not familiar with how to build a plasma battery or a plasma capacitor, I would just suggest that you go back into the teachings, and they'll help you to understand how to get to this point, because it's the information is readily available if you want to just take the time and listen to the lessons. I've been in this for the last 2 years, and with reasonable deduction, this is what I've come up with. And what you're looking at right now is a small little system, and what you're seeing is this little capacitor here. I can take it. I've been just letting it build up rebuilding power into this unit here. So if I disconnected this alligator clip from this unit here, this number here would bounce from 102 or 105 back up to 650, which means it's a stable energy source at about a half a volt, which is 500 millivolts. And if you looked at it, it would turn out to be 100 or 650, which is a little bit more than a half a volt. So so at a standing voltage, without any load, it was sitting at 650. So Tuesday night, the challenge was to put a load on it to see what would happen. And we all thought, well, maybe if I put a load on it, that it would just drop down to zero. This number would drop down to zero. Well, I've been making a few videos as I did this, and it started, this number here went from 650. Once I attached the alligator clips, which would create the load on the small plasma battery, drop this number down from 650 to about 48 or 50 when I first started it. And within 24 hours, it has actually built itself back up to 109 or 108 or 109, which you're looking at now. So what I've determined is inside the plasma capacitor, the actual reaction is starting to happen inside. It's starting to teach itself how to rebuild power within itself, because its power is being drawn from it to actually, because we use power to feed our GANS production. We use actually a power source, which would be one of these type of deals, which gives you an actual voltage and current. And that comes from an outside source, which would be your wall. Now I have shown that we can eliminate what's going on here from the wall, and I can actually produce plasma energy that can now feed energy that can make plasma, if that makes sense. And I would like Mr. Kesh, if he has the gracious moment, to comment on this. I don't really mean to take up too much of his time or the class's time, but I'm just very excited that this is a standalone unit that is actually producing plasma energy. And I try to tell that to a few people, that they just don't understand what plasma energy is. And I'm a layman as far I can try to explain it to them, but it's quite deep.
You see, can I interrupt?
Yes.
They see this process for many years. We understand this process. You can use the nanomaterial to produce energy, and if you feed it back, partially what is created further down the line, it feeds itself back. But in the process, you create plasmatic nanomaterials. I was watching with Alex last night in a new system he's developed, where he can switch off the electricity of his system and the motors run and they feed themselves. But the minute he unplugs the wall, he just pulls it out, everything stops. The switch is off, there is no current going through. But the connection to the earth potential difference with plasma creates a current flow. So he's trying to create a dynamic system for space without energy. It's on the same principle. Your energy from the plasma will come, and you create more nanomaterial in your system, which is more gases, so they give you more energy, and it goes, this can build up to a fair amount, and then it comes to the point of saturation, it drops down again. But this is something we've seen for nearly 10 or 15 years, and you can use this for producing GANs in a very easy way, but it's a very slow way of producing. The gases produced this way are totally different. The gases produced by plates and electricity. Thank you very much. You've seen, it's very nice, but it's the cycle of energy which keeps on going. It goes up to a certain point and it comes back down again. But in that process, you can produce more nanomaterials, that you can produce more gases, that you can produce more energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kesh. That's exactly was my intention, is that this is just a beginning. It's a way to use plasma energy to fuel our future. There'll be no more burning. There'll be no more turning. There'll be no more churning. That should be a lesson that we don't have, that we don't need to do that anymore. We have the ability to create energy without doing all those things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. While you're at this subject, let me let you know something which is interesting, which is coming up. If you remember last week, we said that the first phase of what you call solid state power systems were put out last week. This week, we have put out the second phase of solid state power systems. There's 4 of them produced, and they'll be tested soon. And another 6 will be tested in Accra in the coming time. So it follows in the same process, but instead of having the liquids and the bars, we use the energy of the plasma of the what we call environment to attract. And the more you can attract, the more you can feed to produce more energy, to produce more gases. The process of the production of the power units, the solid state power units, will change the course of the energy production. And it comes more or less non-dynamics. It comes from creating a potential difference between the magnetic field strength, not in a matter state of the chemical or dynamism. So maybe in the next couple of weeks, we show you the solid state, what we call power generators, second phase, and then we go. The third phase is very simple. It's the same position said with Alex, creating a signal power generator that it can trigger and carry on triggering the plasma, and then itself feeds itself. Any other presentation, or shall we call it a day?
Certainly been fairly full here. It's at 3.5 hours. So,
Mr. Cash, good morning.
oh, I hear a familiar voice, Mr. Cash.
Hi, Azar.
How are you?
Very good. It's your last day of your new year. I hope you find a good subject to get it.
Today is not the last day. I think Sunday.
Tomorrow is.
Sunday.
No, it's not. Wake up, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Yeah.
My mother told me it's Sunday. I don't know.
Oh, never listen to your mom.
Okay.
Carry on, please.
Mr. Cash, I have a question. When people meditate and they say to the meditation, we stop the chattering mind and then we can make decision to our soul. Is it right? I mean, is the soul decision maker when people calm their mind or not?
I don't know, Azajan. It depends what your mind was stating at. This is the part of the problem. The meditation and pray is a banking for one soul. If mankind understands what it does by meditation, when you do it by yourself, you call it meditation. When you do it in the name of religion, you call it pray. But if you call it in the name of the science, it's a banking system. When you have too much food, you put the extra in the storage. When you pray or you meditate, you do the same. You bank in your, in the reserve of the soul. And then you say, I prayed and it happened. Because all you did, you call the account in. If you have no saving, you can't spend. And it has to be on the right strength of the spend.
So what is banking?
Storing, keeping, you know.
So
we call it in Farsi pasandos. You understand?
Oh, I see.
There, yeah. So it's so beautiful to speak Farsi sometimes, especially with Azza. She has a beautiful soul. So in so many ways, the ones who have no understanding of it in the level of the body of the man, they call it meditation. What do you do with meditation? You close everything and you put everything in one direction, in order and whatever, in thinking whatever. It's no good meditating, how am I going to kill this guy? How am I going to rob that bank and the rest of it? It goes nowhere. But when you meditate to elevate, to understand your own, you store what you found out back in the books to be kept. The ones who don't understand, they make a religion out of it and they call it their pray. God said, I made man in the image of myself. So God never prays for himself. Why should a man do? So what you do is just a banking account. You keep part of it for the rainy days. Huh?
Yeah.
When you go bankrupt, you need some money in the bank's reserve to bring it in and you can spend. So if the people understand, when you say, I prayed and my prayer is answered, you just look and see, where did I store it? I didn't remember, now it's come out. That's all it is.
But you know,
You call it meditation and the praying, I call it the banking system for the soul.
is it a waste of time to meditate then? Because I wake up 4 in the morning to meditate for half an hour. So it should...
I don't know. It depends when the bank opens, doesn't it?
And you know, by the way, you remind me to ask you a question. My brother asked me to ask you a question. You said, God said, I created the man in the image of myself. And God is not bad. So why, and doesn't do any wrong things. So if we are the image of God, why we do bad things?
God didn't count on the emotion of the man.
So God didn't, didn't know a man is going to turn out to become like this.
No, God didn't know that the man have an emotion which can abuse it.
So can he fix it?
Of course, go and seek God.
Okay, if praying doesn't have much of an effect, for example, sometimes at night
Praying has a lot of effect.
So is it
praying?
Is
praying has a lot of effect, Osajan. It depends which bank you want to bank it.
What do you mean, which bank?
If you pray for your parents, you bank it in their account because you give from your soul to them. If you pray for your child, you bank it in her account. Doesn't mean she's going to spend it till she's 18. She's got to keep it. But if you pray for yourself, you bank it in an account nobody else knows. You know, the wives have a secret account from the husband nobody knows. It's that one. You put it there.
Hmm.
And in a rainy day, says, oh, by the way, I saved something somewhere. So you save that something in the back of the soul somewhere when it's needed.
You know, Mr. Kesh, I know only one passage of Quran that I remember from when I went to school. So every night before I go to bed, I say it and I send it to my grandparents. And every time I do it, without any exceptions, I always have dreams.
Habit doesn't count as giving.
Okay.
Now you understand.
Okay. Thank you
very much, Azajan. Happy Eid Shom Mubarak.
Sir Kesh?
Yes.
May I say something about she said about we are made, Jocelyn from Quebec. She said that we are made at the image of God, but you know, if we want to do a syllogism, we could say God is all. So why God could not be a bad guy?
God is not a bad guy.
Yeah, but
the man and the emotion which brings the God in. Is a filtering, if I call it.
A filter?
Yeah, a filter of emotion.
We separated from God, yeah?
Yes.
We have been separated from Him, and we did the things our own way.
Yes.
So that is not good for all of us.
I think you've got to change the GANs a little bit working out this week. Somebody just didn't make a right GANs in the human race. Come to it.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh. I love you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Or
just had one more question from Justin Smith had a question. He had his hand raised, so maybe we could address that before we end here. Justin, do you want to bring up your topic there on I think it had to do with GANs of a stronger strength?
Yes, Rick, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon. Hello, Mr. Kesh. Justin from the United States. just wanted to go back on what Mark from Detroit had brought up with that capacitor system and feeding into the GANs. Would the production of GANs made from the actual plasma capacitors, or even say Alex beads or MagRav systems, whichever way, would they actually produce GANs of a stronger field strength?
The GANs is made through plasmatic condition, which means when you connect the wire and then the wire start going black, which is no caustics and no fire, is one of the best because it's accommodation of the separation according to the field strength of the matter itself. With heat, we enforce is not very balanced. With caustic, we do the same. But when a plasmatic condition is created, nano-coating of the plasma, and then you'll find out the gases which are made from plasmatic nano-coating wires behave totally different than caustic and iron, the fire. Ronan, if it's if Werner is on the line, he can tell you that they've done tests in Philippines. If you fire nano-coat, as we said before, it creates a giving GANs, a giving nano-coated. If you make a GANs by caustic, it becomes a taker. And they've tested this by putting the coils on the car. When you fire nano-coats, it gives you, when you put it in the car behavior changes. The performance is much better. When you put a caustic coated, the car suffocates. Bernie, are you in there in the background? He's not? You can't see Bernie? He's not there.
Mr. Cash, what would the nanostructure look like on the micro scale?
It's the same. It's the spacing and the way it's done. The nano layer, the plasma of the nano layer is not under stress. Condition of stress has taken some of the factors away. It's like different type of oxygen. We were explaining from different plants. If you understand this, you understand very easily why poisons work. The poison, when you take a poison or when you touch something poisonous, all it is created on the condition by the plant, which is in inheritance is what we call, like as Bernie says, is a caustic based. It is a taker, so it takes energy from it. It doesn't disturb by anything else but changing of the environment. If you do it by firing, it's the same. This is, if you do a nano coating by plasma, you find out you can interfere with the human body much easier. When you make a caustic plate, like as we talked before, you do the amputation and you put a nano-coated material at the bottom. If you use a plate which is plasmatically nano-coated, it behaves totally different than if you fire nano-coated ring or the plate. It's a natural process and it is very, very effective. So it has a different behavior and it does work because now the development with Verni, they put it on the car. And it's there, and they see it. They put a fire coated, the performance goes up because it's a giver. So when they put in caustic coated, the engine suffocates. The performance changes totally in negative direction. And
Thank you very much. I just have
gas is very, very important. Pardon?
I'm sorry. I had just one more question then, because this will help out with some of the friends and students that are not able to even be in these meetings due to internet and such. But what then would be the recommended best approach at using a plasmatic condition to nanocoat?
Depends what you need it for. As you say in English, horses for courses. We have to learn that now we have different tools, not just one. Do you want to be a gravitational ring? Do you want to be a magnetical ring? If you wanted to, how efficient will be? Would you like to do? Yesterday I was talking to, I think, Dr. Van Dorp was telling me, Farhad, the fire coats the rings and then nano coats them with caustic on top of it. And then when it does it, there's a lot of flakes. So of course it is, because when you nano coat with the fire, it's very separated from the body of the element. Nano coated, fire nano coated is structurally different than caustic nano coated. Caustic nano coated is like annealing. You create a very fine gap. With fire nano coated, is what they call you quench it in and everything splashes out. Some whatever is left, that's all. There's a lot of stress on the nano material. A lot of stress, but in that stress, then it releases itself. That's why the system works better with fire coated. You create a lot of stress in material, and that stress has to be released. So you capture it as an energy, say a car performs better. Thank you very much. If there is nothing else, Rick, we can call it a day.
Mr. Cash, I have one more question.
Yes, Azar.
Since you talk about nano coating, you know the plates are used for creating gases. After I'm done with them, they have multicolors. How can I clean them to reuse them again?
You don't clean them. You never. When a plate is nano coated, it stays nano coated. Never dies.
But after I'm done with after I'm done with gases,
Oh, still there. Leave it in a pot and carry on.
Okay, you know what I did?
Never clean. There is somebody here. Where is Richard? Richard went into actually getting everything to rub it off and clean it. Huh? It doesn't work. You damage because.
But you would put it back in caustic, right, Mr. Cash? Not just in the salt water solution.
You can do, but we do it. But in fact, the essence is set on the layer which is produced initially. Let me explain something very quickly. This is again you looking at it in matter state. I look at it as a totality. This is the plate. You nano coat it, yeah? You have your nanomaterials here. And you have the structure here. You got to understand something very simple. Just because you got rid of this nanomaterial here, the process has not stopped. Every cell inside the wire is already magnetically repositioned itself. So you can use this plate forever as a nano coated. Just because the black is gone as your physical, you think it's changed. You put it back in, the whole thing inside. The nano layering in a space gap still is in the structure of the copper you pull out. You have changed everything inside. It's not what it used to be. Because even though you think you just took out and some of it is used, the others have moved to keep position to be ready for the next one. So you can always use it as a nano coating.
But Mr. Cash, you know those stuff that accumulate on the plate, like the white stuff?
Yes, you accumulate because these are CO2, so zinc oxide, because you haven't created good separation.
So I made a mistake. I cleaned them with HCl acid. Now I have a rainbow plate. So
I know somebody else who's done that as well. Yes, we did.
So what should I do now?
You don't change things, but you make it very hard for yourself. You literally what you do, you seal the skin. And now you have to go through trying to open it up again. Now you understand?
It makes a beautiful art object, though.
Pardon?
It makes a beautiful art object.
Yeah, but Richard is trying to shout something in the back.
I should throw them out then?
Pardon?
I should throw them out then?
No. Do you throw out your husband when you finish with it? Keep it. You need it.
So how can I?
It comes handy one day.
So how can I nano coat them again? I mean.
No, you don't need to nano coat it. Keep it. It works. Just put it back in the salt. It will still carry on doing it.
Okay. Thank you.
A dentist should stay a dentist, Azar. I hope you don't do that with your patients. Can I have put a zinc plate on one side and the copper on the other?
No.
Yes. Thank you very much, Azaja. There's a question there. Do we have a microphone? Where is the microphone? We take a couple of questions here on the floor and then we call it a day. 3 of them. The ladies first. Oh, it's okay.
Yes. Hi, my name is Valerie. And I remember you saying, Mr. Kesh, that one of the best nano coating to do is first heat it up with fire and then dip it into caustic solution to make a diamond layer. Is that still
That
correct?
is for different purposes.
Okay.
You see, I'm an engineer. I worked as a material engineer. I know what material to you is a fire. I was explaining to my son this couple of days ago. It's what you do for what purpose you want it. In a what do you call it? A blacksmith takes the same iron, puts it in the fire, and then he takes it out and lets it cool very easy. That metal, you can bend it, is annealed. You put the same fire in, and then you quench it in the water, it becomes brittle. You touch it, it breaks to pieces. You got to know what you're using it for. When a man makes a sword, he puts the steel in the fire, and then he folds it, and he hammers the whole metal together again. You have to understand what we use it, what is the purpose of doing it, when it was discussed.
So what would you use it for if you dip it into caustic?
It gives you a beautiful, when you do it that way and you get a lot of splashes, you get a beautiful nano material, which is perfect to be used for certain coatings. Because when you put a copper in and you put it in a cold caustic, the splashes which comes out has a different property. You can use it for different aspects of the work. When you put it in the caustic, it's attached to it. If I want nanomaterial to be used somewhere else for a different thing, because to you is just a copper. To me, I do the same thing with the copper, I do the same thing with the zinc, I do the same thing with the iron. Yeah. And then when I mix it in a specific way, I make a beautiful ceramic for what I want to do. It's a filtering. It's part of what you call semiconductors. But you got to know what you do with it. This is the reason you do it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We come to you last. We close with we go to the bottom part and we fall out of New Zealand and now
Marie-Luce from Switzerland. Can I come back to a question about the soul?
Yes.
Yeah. For me, my beliefs are completely changed after what I heard this morning, because you said that the soul, you can locate it in a part of our body, and for me, the soul was more an energy, not a space.
It is an energy, but inside. Do you remember that old movie called Simon Templar? He used to walk with a little ring on his head.
Yes, Simon Templar. Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. The Simon Templar is inside you.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is the center. What it radiates becomes your physicality.
But when you mean the center, is it energy center or?
It is a plasma. It's yes. Without it, you don't exist. But the thing is that it doesn't continuously give. At the same time, it takes as well. The elevation of the soul comes from receiving. Part of the food you eat, part of the thing you eat, part of the environment you breathe, you add to your soul, but it depends what you want to add to it, what you want to take, and what you react to it. The guy said, when I go and I'm cold in the cold weather and I give a lot of energy, do I lose a lot of my soul? I said, depends what you stored when it was warm. Depends what you put in it. You're not going to get it, are you? We wait to come to New Zealand. We got to America now, just getting close.
Can we take the plate or the wire, put fine lines on it, fine lines to create hills and valleys? That would open up some spacing between the surface, and then do the fire or chemical nano coating.
You can do anything you like.
How about, we need thickness. What do we need to get
it
better?
It depends what is what you want to use it for.
To me, that means it would open up and it would be easier to do at least the surface nano coating. Will give us the time until when we use it, until it creates its own nano coating, goes deeper and deeper. But at least it would start working faster at the beginning.
It depends what you are expecting from it. Also, we go to the last question. We go back to New Zealand, and then we go with the ships. We start counting the ships to go to sleep.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Kesh, you were talking about what I was talking about with Farhad yesterday. This is the new coil that he's making, but he's not dipping it in caustic. He's dipping it many times in cold, very cold GANS water. And this one was dipped about maybe 10, 12 times.
He's come up with his own way. He can do as much as your body, depends what he wants to do with it.
But I was just wondering, what sort of a property would that make? Because
it is a fire coated. When it's fire coated, it's a giver. But depends then when it gives what you put a replacement, what kind of gas is dipped in. Is it CH3? Is it CO2? And then you got to be able to measure the strength of it, what it does with it.
But I remember you also saying that's how you create diamond layer, right? Like by firing it and then dipping it in cold water. And
if you look at your nano coating on this, you see it's very shiny.
Yeah.
This is part of diamond structure, but is in a copper state.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a gift for you from Farhad.
Oh God, I hope he won't kill me, but it's nice. What are you going to be there? Thank you very much, Farhad. What is this to do? You can redo it. I was showing it before, and in demonstration in Accra to other students. If you nano coat it good and you can hold it, you've seen many demonstrations. You can connect it to any main electricity, but as long as you can hold on to something else, which is it brings certain balance in the copper muscle tissue. Is part of the development. She went for a coffee, she never came back. Where is she? There.
The other thing about that is that it puts off, it releases a lot of nano flakes, and then when you make a caustic, put that in caustic, it produces a beautiful cobalt blue color. Is that?
Yeah, but that's copper. It takes nano elements off which are not there. What I call Sabrina, member councillor of Italy, she used to suffer heavily from rheumatic problems, arthritis. And one day we were at her house, I explained to her and I gave her a system. And all she does now, she's made her own different way. She has one of these coils. I have to show you what this looks like because you've got to see it. It's a double coil nano coated. And now she has two of them. She puts her foot on it, it's connected to electricity and runs a little light. And she has changed her life. 6 months ago, 12 months ago, if you'd seen her, she was suffering very bad arthritis. You could see it. Even now, the piece of the bone piece has gone, the bits. There it comes, that's the White House. The piece has gone, but the lump towards the space which is left, the liquid is in it. So if she was here, she would have explained to you. She suffered with this for years, heavily. Now she's normal. She's back in the normal life. All it is that she touches, she puts her foot on two of them. And I said to her, if you hold one in the hand and one in the foot, you create the whole structure in the body. This is one of the best solutions for rheumatoid arthritis. It actually works effective. But the only problem is you got to make sure, Dr. Klaus, that it's fully nano-coated. You don't want to get electrocuted by plugging yourself in. Yeah. So it does. You need a lot of understanding. It works 100% because rheumatic condition is connected with the copper side of the body of the man. Yeah. So this is copper. What she does, she's got two of them. She puts her foot on it and she sits with a bit connected to the electricity. Anybody say you're a crazy woman doing it, but she's changed her life. Well, the battery doesn't work that. You need that frequency to go through the rhythm, and it works. I hold it. If I have a shoulder pain, I have a muscle pain in the upper shoulder, I just hold it in my hand for a few minutes, and it solves the problem. Yeah, there is something we call air-conditioned pain. A lot of you don't see it, you don't understand it. A lot of people live in an air-conditioned environment, always suffer with the pain on the top muscle. The reason for it is very simple. I explain this because in Africa we have a lot of it. The reason for it is, and you can use it with this, the minute you use this, it solves the problem for a few weeks, because then you do the same thing back again yourself to it. What it is in the air conditioning depends on the system and the temperature. You create a contraction on the top and a relaxed muscle on the bottom. That's what the air condition does. It cools you, you chill. And then this locks in, and so you have this, what they call air conditioned pain. And it comes with, if you fall asleep under condition too long, we experience it in Africa quite a lot because it's beyond imagination, the heat. And then all you do, you hold this for about 5 minutes, it's gone. For a few days, you're free. Till you put yourself, what happened? The outer muscle contracts, the other one is there. Now it wants to open up to behave, it cannot do because now the other one has changed and moved. And you get a huge shoulder pain in there, especially in the top. And with the pain patch you put on, you relax it, but the best way is this way to do it. Thank you very much for today. Don't forget, we still go back to all of you. Accra Keshe Foundation Space Program is on a full swing. Yesterday, we were not here in the afternoon. We received a call from Accra that the Standard Board of African and government has issued a certificate for the Keshe Foundation, the waters, to be marketed. It's shown it's a pure, it does what it says, and it's one of the most effective clean waters they have ever seen. So now we have officially have received the certification from the Governmental Institute, which allows us to expand the sale of the water across West Africa through Ghana Atomic Commission in our cooperation with the Keshe Foundation. And this is a first time a governmental body on the international level has approved that the water is pure, has no side effects. And the beauty with it is the water with the gases is purer than any water they've seen. There's a consideration that this water will be used for injections and medical application because it's purer than distilled water. We thank the authorities in government of Ghana and especially FDA and the Atomic Commission to facilitate such a thing. And in the next couple of weeks, you will see the KF Foundation, as we've shown the bottles before, will be right across the whole of Africa. We plan it that way, it goes. And in the next few days, another certificate, this is the water. Now it is, and you will see it across the whole of West Africa. It is certified, and this in any way is the work of the whole Keshe Foundation team around the world. You can take it, we are prepared for those governments which we will announce that we will start collaboration on manufacturing to extend the certification from government to government. The beauty of it is, we'll take this certification into the United States to release it as a material in the US on the back of the FDA. Because they're working together, documentation is there. And next week or the week after, we will do the same with the power units. And the biggest thing was to get this certificate. There was everything else is on the back of it. So the Standard Board and FDA are approving everything on the back of it because they've seen it, they know what it is. I should thank all our guys in Accra, especially Benjamin, who worked relentlessly to get it. And we estimate something, we are programming for 1 million bottle a month production. Because in so many ways, the red one is CO2, the middle one, Samaji, is the zinc, and Ramaji, which comes from Ram, from the copper. So in combination, people decide what to do. We don't be marketing it as a water, but they know it's gone down around the world that this and that is good for this and that, and people come and say, I want that water and that water. We don't need to do anything. They've decided what they want to use. And in so many ways, it's a condition, as you see, the logo of the Keshe Foundation Atomic Energy Commission, and it will go on every product. As I said, The energy production of this system, which is a phase 1 and phase 2, is on a flight to Middle East. We will test it in the presence of world leaders for the next phase of launch in the next few weeks of new state of material, fuel, and energy consumption. It is part of what we collectively have done, what collectively we have achieved. And tomorrow, you're not here, or maybe this afternoon, we will show the scientific papers released by Tokyo University to do with non-toxicity of this material. We were waiting for this certification before we release it. Now we release it this afternoon, most probably in a teaching. I have to go into the computer to download it. We have accepted, we have communicated with the Keshe Foundation and Tokyo University that they are pleased to be shown. We have deleted the name of the scientists for their protection. In 2-3 weeks' time, when the trial 3 on the animal is completed, there is an extension by the Japanese government that we are testing the radiation effects on the animals as well, which becomes paper number 4. A conference will be organized in Tokyo at the same time, most probably if we are in Accra or here, or I'll go to Tokyo for the release of the presentation of the paper. Thank you very much for today, but don't forget, yes, don't forget 2 things I know is behind me. Don't forget, we need huge amount of support and donation for Keshe Foundation Ghana. We are relying on international support. We have started seeing donations start coming in. We need 250 million. We commit the Keshe Foundation Ghana to at least 20% of it. In the next 12 months, we'll raise 40 million in Ghana out of our operation with the water. The rest has to come from international position and public, otherwise the governments will control us. There is one thing which all of you have been waiting for, to share knowledge and add knowledge. And Keshe Foundation, kfwiki.org, plasmawiki.org, has been opened up since yesterday. And all you need to go, you want to know anything about the plasma technology from now on, the masters, which are you, will dictate it. No one can come and write rubbish in about plasma. Go in, add your knowledge. Moderators, they have 1 instructions when they're there. As long as there is no insult, there is no bad words, there is no accusation, you can say and teach and add the knowledge how you create a plasma. This is one condition. We are not moderating who is there, who knows better, who doesn't. It will be done very easily that you decide, and the categories will increase. I know somebody wants to put a category in there as a soul, no problem, but make sure you get the right soul in there. And everything else go with it. And next few days, the Keshe Foundation new website will go up when this conference is over and there's less time consumed on this. At the same time, go in and add knowledge. Don't go in there, it is wrong. Nobody is wrong. You put it, this is my idea. This is the way I do it. Somebody might inspire by your vision, somebody might oppose it, but doesn't mean you're wrong or they're wrong. This is what is wrong with the Wikipedia. At the moment, I used to exist as Keshe Foundation, Keshe. The Belgian government threatened them, they closed them down. I don't exist anymore. In reality, I don't exist in the world of Wiki. But if you go to the other places, I'm international public figure in the Facebook and everywhere else. We're taking this stupidity out of it. I think it deserves for Wiki begging for money, and it's going to shut down because they brought their own destruction. Therefore, ever asking for money. So you see it's there. It's beautifully done. Dr. Klaus has spent a lot of time doing it, and the only problem it is that he didn't realize it's going to be around his neck for the rest of his life this week.
I think Klaus is here. You might want to say something about that, Mr. Keshe.
Yes,
he had his hand up here. So.
Dr. Klaus.
Yes, hello. I'm very glad that we can go public now with the wiki. This is just a small basis, some information that you can carry on with editing. The aim, the vision, the mission was just to create one place, one document where we all over the world can work on one document, one information, to add knowledge, to conserve knowledge for people around us. And it's a joy to watch it now, and it's a joy to know that it's public now. And if you feel that you have knowledge you would like to add, and I know there are thousands of you outside, just go on kfwiki.org, click on request account, and decide for yourself also if you would like to open a wiki for your own language. You see, currently there is a basis for the English wiki. We designed Plasma Wiki like Wikipedia, which means every language gets its own more or less independent wiki. As you saw at the first page, you can now select English, but I talked with so many people outside, with so many people, and I know that there soon will be another selection for Spanish, for French, for German. There will soon be a selection for Chinese language. Please move on. I know there are a lot of you, we have been in communication, who would like to translate it into your mother language. And what we also need are people who become like reviewers, which means no one till now can add knowledge directly. First, there is a review mode. There are people who look at the information and then accept it, and then you are online. We will decide whether it keeps like this, but this is just in case you would like to publish something which does not fit to the ethos of Cash Foundation. So, as you see, we made basic categories now. Basic categories, preface about Cash Foundation, about basic knowledge, nano-coating, production of GANs, and then we went over to the different categories, parts of foundation, health, agriculture, energy, travel, plasma for kids. There are some categories we added and they are empty, and they are waiting for you to add knowledge. We stated the center above. The wiki helps us to work together around the globe on one document, to experience the feeling of working as one soul for one purpose, bringing the plasma knowledge to mankind, to elevate the soul of the man in order to open up to universal community. Wish you good luck, and I'm looking forward seeing wiki exploding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klaus.
Something which a lot of us have to understand, putting things like this together is not job of a man. Can you go to Facebook? Yes. We have a Facebook Cash Foundation. We've got about 60,000 followers on Facebook Cash Foundation, groups or individuals. What it is, what I was explaining is that when you put so much time to do, then it other things get involved. Things like this usually brings the wife and the children to do, and is done with class. We should thank Caroline for all the time you let him go away to do the things that maybe will be harsh for you sometime, but it needs two to tango. And things like this, when a man commits himself to humanity, it takes the whole family. Thank you very much for both of you in what you're doing. We call it a day today, and hopefully next week or so you'll see the new feature of the Keshe Foundation. It's taken us 2 years to change it. Hopefully we'll be in position to do it. I hope. I get the smiling faces. And now that we finish with this conference tomorrow, we have invited the Keshe Foundation, the Earth Council, the Universal Council, and all the members of the core team to Accra for the opening of the flight site, for the opening of the Keshe Foundation clinic, the Space Launch Lab, and what we call the factory of the Keshe Foundation. We are part of the Keshe Foundation community worldwide, but we keep Africa to the Africans for the time being, that they get the pride and the joy back, and then they'll come and feed us. We're expecting the conference for the opening to be around next 6 to 8 weeks, if we get everything right. The opening will be done by His Excellency, the President of Ghana, and other dignitaries. Please, when you come to Ghana, bring the hope of humanity to take man to space. The most important part is join us, that we can change the course of humanity. The launch pad into space will be from Ghana. We have committed ourselves to it. We are spending a vast amount of money on it because we know it's a free country. It's one of the most free countries you ever come across. If you don't, you live in the freedom of the United States, come to Ghana, then you understand what the true freedom is. But come in with the hope that we progress, that what we call the Third Universal Council in the next few weeks is for all of you, you're invited. But we have a very big problem in Ghana. They're short of the hotel accommodation. We try not to get involved because it takes a lot of energy, especially at that time. We try to help only the Keshe Foundation team. We advertise none, we try not to, or we allow you to come in. You need a letter from Keshe Foundation Ghana or Keshe Foundation Ghana Limited to the reason you're coming in, or you can come as a tourist. But we proudly bring the member of the Universal Council and the Earth Council and the core team as part of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. You're all welcome. It is the celebration of the achievement for all of us, and the launch pad will be supported by other nations. We decided deliberately not to release any more names and position because we got gangsters called TL and Sylvester, we call them, they all know. So we saved them telephone calls. At least they don't need to spend so much money making a lot of rubbish calls. At least they can spend it on their new children and whatever they got on the new children, they arranged abuse. But in fact, in so many ways, we opened the door in Ghana. You're all welcome. We don't have much time, maybe 6 or 8 weeks is the maximum. I return back to Ghana to set up the procedure. The only problem we have on the date is when His Excellency gives us a time that is available to open the flight center. We arrange everything around his time. He's the head of the nation and he's the man who will open the center. The minute we are given a date, we announce it, and everything else will be set according to that point and position. Thank you very much for being here, and please support the Keshe Foundation Ghana to build this place and this land, because it will change all of us. Thank you indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe, and I thought I would end today's workshop, the 165th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for March 30th, 2017, with the short video invitation by Pia Larson. That's a music video. Okay, I'll put that on, and that'll be the end of the workshop.
peace forever. We salute you, friends. We welcome you, peace forever. Oh yeah, peace forever. So many years we've been waiting for you. Too many times players shot at you. When you come with peace, whoa, whoa, yeah. One time, two times, now all times we face the day. You land your ships with peace. Whoa, whoa, yeah. We miss you. Invite you to land, welcome you with peace. To arrive on a coast, truth to release. No more doubt, no more fear in our hearts. We open the box, my friend, to brand new start. Invite you to land, welcome you with peace. To arrive on a coast, the truth to release. No more doubt, no more fear in our hearts. We've opened the box, my friend, to brand new start. We salute you, friends, it's time for your arrival. Farewell to wars, goodbye to destruction. Don't need it anymore. Whoa, whoa, yeah. I'm ready. One time, two times, now all times we'll face the day. You land your ships with peace. Oh yeah, yeah, we'll meet you. We invite you to land, welcome you with peace. To arrive on a coast, the truth to release. No more doubt, no more fear in our hearts. We've opened the box, my friend, to brand new start. Invite you to land, invite you with to arrive on a coast. Invite you here with peace. No more doubt, no more fear in our hearts. We invite you box, my friend, to brand new start. Farewell to wars. Now it's time for your arrival. Now get on board with peace forever. Peace forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We salute you, friends. We welcome you.